All right, hello everyone, and welcome back to Ace Attorney Trilogy, Hollow Justice version, or whatever. We're playing Spirit of Justice again here today. We're continuing where we left off. We were mid trial, weren't we? Ooh, it's been a long weekend. I kind of forgot a lot of the details, so I'm gonna need to go over everything. But yeah, I think we were bringing in their next witness. Let's see. Load it up. Let's see if I can reacquaint myself here. I should have, you know what I should have done? I should have watched my last VOD. Oh no, we took a little session because we were calling in a new witness, I believe. You know what this is? Oh yeah, it's Larry. God. Yeah, I was not doing so hot last time with my illogic and evidence handling. We're gonna go up against Larry, who's gonna be a whole thing. So let's go over everything. This is the pendant worn by Ellen. Seems she goes to this machine. He believes it has time travel powers, but I'm acting on the suspicion that no, it's all bullshit. It's a act put up by the family to do something to frame her, to get rid of her, something along those lines, and they're just all in it, which is kind of silly, but the game's definitely set the stage for like the entire company to be in on it. Also, a third party on the Vista deck, right? This is the person who probably hit him, probably her husband that did hit the guy, but maybe not. Maybe it is because, like, then I think it's going to come to that point at some point, and then we're going to start. Edgeworth's going to accuse the husband of being the killer, and you know, hooray! It's off our defendant. Oh, it's on the person she loves, and that's probably not him. Actually, it's probably the only other person it could be right now, which is this person. Here's Nickety. And I forgot. I was going to look that up. Chody. Let me look that up real fast. Yeah, this is our prime suspect for actually did it. Oh. First thing that comes up, okay, it's not a real name. Nichody. Pronounce that, man. Well, he's the only thing that comes up when I looked up that term, so I'm not gonna look anything because I don't want to get spoiled. Even though, like, literally the only person we know who could have done it. Okay, let's go back to our evidence. This little pamphlet just gives an overview. These aren't tables, they're pillars. No, they are tables and not pillars. Right, peg a bull on the left. This one was supposed to be. This was also a peg a bull, but it was supposed to be a cow. Sweetheart, yeah. Well, actually, we read this last thing again. You're doing flight at the ceremony out on the Vista deck. Sprocket Aviation, just a Pegamoo mascots will light up. They're supposed to light them up. Okay. Anything else about this? Not really. We never brought up the bloody valve, which comes to on the inside of the thing. That's about it, I think. And that it's a Pegabull. No. Let's see the valve on the side. I don't think there's. It will land, scatter around his body. There are flower petals. No broken parts of the lantern. Petals were found inside the rep shop. I don't know. It feels like we've gotten every major point about this. We've used both the debris. Petals. I guess the note can appear too. We gotta remember to reference this when we need to identify where the location of a note comes from. Like this one. Right. This weird thing where the game acted like, oh, he sent it, or like they acted as if, oh, he sent himself this note as a reminder or something. But no, you get this from someone else. Maybe got it from someone else who's supposed to do something. But yeah, it's from someone else. Fog machine would use that. I don't think we need it for anything else, honestly. This person's back here. They're looking here. Maybe that's going to be relevant. Anything else stands out? Oh, right. This guy has the weird towel or paper in his hand or something. Doesn't look. I don't think that's supposed to be like. That's not normal for, you know, wedding ceremony or something. Also, she looks odd. A little odd. Here's this guy's sister who resembles Ellen, right? That's her name. Yeah, Ellen Wyatt. Which is very, very odd. The guy seemed to care about her deeply, and he's like, we'll see where that goes. Pterodactyl, which I'm pretty sure is this thing somehow, it kind of, the only thing we know of that could even slightly be, oh, there's no feet down here though. I don't know. It's obviously something else. In fact, this like exact same thing happened in I think it was Ace Attorney 3, where he drew something like, oh, this is what I saw, but it was actually kind of different. Use the flowers. Ooh, for food trays, I guess. I think it moves there. The female cow is there. If we want to like prove it existed, it is there. Nothing else that stands out other than she's writing in a book, doing something. I guess she was in charge of working on some stuff during the ceremony. Still, maybe that's what it is. But remember that she's writing something. Autopsy, very accurate because the body was on ice somewhat because of the fog machine. And weapon. Right. Goody. Chody. Here's Nachobi. No. I think it is Nachodi. But it's like Pierce. I don't know what it's supposed to mean though. Dumas Loser. This is I don't think any of these names are exact puns like we've seen in That's a Rebel or I'll Be Your Guide. Seems more subtle or less than that. Alright, that's it. I think I got a good handle. Wow, it's been a while since I've had this much fun and excitement. Face off against Mr. Edgeworth, harrowing the tightrope walk for the defense. Ooh, I'm exhausted already. Boss! Hey, Athena. I'm here for moral support. Athena, are you all done practicing for Tracy's magic show? Well, to be perfectly honest, I sort of ran away. That's because she was putting my life in danger, I tell you. I see. I think I'll need to have one-on-one with her. You're really athletic and fit, Athena, so Tracy probably thinks she can run you ragged. That may be true, which is why not even Tracy can keep up with me when I ran at full speed. Ha! Looks like you spoke too soon, Athena. Never underestimate the resourcefulness of a great magician. Huh? Hey, Tracy. Magical little Tracy Wright is on the scene. Not the... Oh, whatever. No! No, Athena. It's time to practice human combustion magic. Go on, douse yourself in this gasoline. But don't worry, it's a magic trick after all, so it's perfectly safe. Run away! Hey, Hugh, you're not getting off that easily. Haha, they get along so well, don't they? Reminds me of the good old days. You, me, and Pearly. Oh, and Detective Gumshoe. Can't forget him. Excuse me, one sec. My mic is on. Oh. There we go. Also, hey, they mentioned Detective Gumshoe by name. We had all kinds of fun at that crime scenes back then, remember? Leaving me to do all the serious investigating as I recall. Mike. All over a bit. Sorry about that. Let me adjust everything. Or will soon be back in... Oh my god, there it goes again. What's it doing? Give me 1 second. Sort this out. Yeah, the lamp I have on the side of my desk is like loose for some reason. I think I got it in place. Alright. Court will be soon back in oh my god. Court will soon be back in session, Mr. Wright. Not playing around. We had a very useful break. So Larry's the next witness, right? Can't wait to see what happens. Sadly, I can already imagine it. Yeah, we've had him on stand plenty of times, and it's a disaster every single time. Yay, they mentioned Gumshoe. Oh, I miss him. It's none of the detectives are measuring up. I mean, we got 3 games with them too. Even so, he had that really strong moment in the second case of Ace Attorney 1, where he saved you from the third case. Third case of Ace Attorney 1. We saved you from those bad guys and those mafia types. Oh, and there's so many moments. His nice relationship with Edgeworth. Nothing else has been as strong so far. Sorry, Emma. Not a bad detective, just not as interesting. But we'll now reconvene. Nick, Edgy, two of you guys are gonna hang me out to dry, aren't you? No, not the both of us, just Mr. Wright. Nick, how could you? I don't really think he did it, of course, but I've got to use whatever leads I can. Mr. Butts, there's a possibility you moved the lantern that had the dead body in it. If you want to clear yourself of any suspicion, all you have to do is testify. Justice, gotta get everything right back in place. Now then, your testimony, please, witness. Nick is a jerk. Oh, this is gonna be useful testimony. Nick, you big fat stinking jerk. How can you doubt your best bud? We've known each other since elementary school. Well, get this, pal. Our friendship is over. Well, there you go. Oh, about what I expected. Well, go ahead, Mr. Wright. He's all yours. Why me? You're the one who called him to the stand, so he's your responsibility. Thanks, old chum. Can't you show me a little respect, even just a shred? Let me cross-examine the witness, Mr. Wright. I would if there were any testimony to cross-examine. Wow, we're actually doing it. I thought they might throw a disposable testimony there, like make him do it over again. But no, we're really doing this. I'm sure we'll squeeze some relevance out of this somehow. Nick, you big fat stinking jerk. Hold it. Come on, Larry. Can't you please give me something real to work with? Don't think I don't know about your tricks. If I say something careless, you're gonna shove some evidence at me with a loud objection and a super smug look on your face. Yeah, well, that is my job. And if I get found guilty, how are you gonna take responsibility for what you've done? Why should I take responsibility for just doing my job? You're a heartless jerk. Don't you have any compassion for me? How can you doubt your best bud? We've known each other since elementary school. Same time. I don't know anyone from back then. I mean, I didn't make a lot of friends that I remember, you know, sticking with. I changed schools. Well, I changed school. I, you know, went to middle school, different middle school than I guess a lot of the people I did know. I don't remember any of their names. It was middle school where I met some of my more long-term friends and expanded in high school. Oh wow, I should talk to some of the guys too. Anyway, I'm sorry, Mr. Butts, but if it wasn't Miss Wyatt that entered the hole with that cargo, or that card, then you're the most likely suspect. One sec. My nose again. Starting these sessions, it just acts up. Nick, are you seriously doubting the innocence of your old childhood friend? I'm exploring possibilities. Well, technically, yes. But it isn't personal, I assure you. Oh, a true friend would believe in me no matter what. Can't you see my tears? Don't they mean anything to you? Nick! Nick! You don't really think you can cry your way out of this, do you? Okay, fine. In that case... Well, get this, pal. Our friendship is over. Hold it! Larry, listen to me. Shut up. I'm not talking to you anymore. This is getting us nowhere. Come off it, Larry. If you don't quit fooling around and start testifying, Miss Wyatt will be found guilty. For real? No new information comes out of this cross-examination, then yes, Miss Butts, for real. Mr. Butts. I didn't think I said Miss Butts. Not that I would have any not that I would have a problem with that myself. Edgeworth, don't be like that. Larry, just tell us the truth already. Did you or didn't you go into the hole to move a lantern up to the reception hole? I never moved any bull lantern, I tell ya. Bull lantern? What, did I say something weird? You told me that you didn't attend the wedding reception. Can you believe they told me only family and relatives could attend? They wouldn't even let me into the reception hall. Yeah, so what? Then that's odd. No one in this courtroom ever mentioned the sex of the lantern that was moved. How could you know that it was a bull lantern? You didn't have to actually go to the reception to know that. Anyone can tell whether two Pegabulls, there were two Pegabulls by looking at the Flying Chapel's pamphlet. All I can tell right now is there's some strong scent of bull in the air in here. Nice. Please add that last thing into your testimony, Mr. Butts. Well, this one's obvious. Anyone can tell there were two Pegabulls by looking at the Flying Chapel's pamphlet. Why don't we take a look at that? Check. Pick a cow. Yeah, there we go. Boom. I want you to take a look at this, Mr. Butts. Because unfortunately for you, the pamphlet clearly shows peg a cow and a peg a bull in their example diagram of the reception hall. Huh? But on that day, instead of putting a peg a cow and peg a bull out for the bride and groom, there were two male pegabulls on display. Yuck. Yet somehow, you knew there were two pegabulls in the reception hall that day. There's only one way you know something like that, Larry. It was you who moved the pegabulls to the reception hall, wasn't it? Ah! No. Larry, you didn't. Mr. Butts, did you move the lantern containing the victim's body to the reception hall? That's what it looks like. What? Hold it. Wait, Nick. You don't think I'm the murderer, do you? Maybe you and Mr. Gloomsbury were fighting over Miss Wyatt and you ended up killing him? Maya, not you too. Look, I did sneak into the reception, but that's as far as it went. There was a wedding crashing, I guess. You know me, I wouldn't hurt a fly. You snuck into the reception? Yeah, sure, but some of the Sprocket men caught up and locked me in one of those one of the cabins. It was pretty awful, actually. That's when I made that drawing of the pterodactyl I showed you, Nick. Ixnay on the aerodactyl pate. Hey, Larry. Mr. Wright, not even you would make this take this force that far, would you? We are talking about Larry. What do I do now? Or what do I do? Do I accuse Larry of being the true culprit? I mean, let's do it. Accuse Larry. I mean, no, but like, okay, obviously he's not the murderer, but what does it change? Like, okay, what is this new like, if he's not the murderer, then what does this change? What does the information about we've gotten out of him change about the murder as we knew it? Because we need something new in order to change the direction of the case off of Ellen Wyatt. I don't think there is anything. Let's just accuse him. Guess I had no choice but to accuse him. Wait a minute. Larry didn't have any reason to kill Gloomsbury. No, you're right, Mr. Edgeworth, but Mr. Butts didn't have a reason to kill Mr. Gloomsbury. I mean, we've done false accusations before. We did it with, speaking of Ace Attorney 1 Case 3, that's what happened with Miss Oldbag. We kind of threw her under the bus to buy ourselves a day of investigating. Might have had an imaginary reason to kill Soren Sprocket, sure, but not Mr. Gloomsbury. After all, he did steal Mr. Sprocket's bride and try to elope with her. Just because I tried to steal somebody's bride doesn't make me a murderer. I believe you, Larry, and I don't think you killed anybody either. Oh. Yeah, sweet. Excuse me. The yawns, my nose, it just all acts up when I start doing these. I don't know what. Maybe I have to do some like vocal exercises before I get in here. Clear that stuff up. You would never do anything like that. Nick, old buddy, old pal. I knew you'd come through for me. Funny that, considering your sworn testimony just now was that we were through. Mr. Butts, it's time you told us to court the whole truth. Understood? Moving the lantern. Just like Nick said, I'm the one who moved the lantern. Okay. Have it set up with that. Update my stream information. All right, there we go. Mess with that later. There it goes. All right. Sorry about that. I was poking around the reception hall before the main event and saw the lantern was broken. There was a note on it that said, "Exchange with the one in the hold, Ellen." I decided to do Ellie a favor. Interesting. Okay. You've been holding out this entire time. So you switched the lanterns before the reception, did you? And that means the victim really was killed before the reception. Okay. I guess that's confirmed. Would appear that Mr. Butts completely fell for the defendant's scheme. Scheme? What scheme? This note from the defendant, exchanged with the one in the hold, Ellen. Mr. Butts moved the lantern with the body in it up to the reception hall because of this note. Thus, he has become suspect in Mr. Gloomsbury's murder. Nope. That second lantern did feel pretty heavy. I never would have thought there was a dead body in it. Arg. What was a note like that doing? What was a note like that doing on a lantern in the first place? Hold it. You got it all wrong, Mr. Edgeworth. I left that note for myself. It was simply a reminder because I can be very forgetful.
Objection.
Wait, that weird objection. I don't know if I like that. What a sorry excuse, Mr. and Mrs. Wyatt. Prosecution contends that this note shows one facet of the defendant's murderous plan. And you, Mr. Butts, you played right into Miss Wyatt's hands. No way, G. I don't believe it.
Objection.
Do you still really believe Miss Wyatt to be the culprit, Mr. Edgeworth? I had to call him Mr. Edgeworth. You can just call him Edgeworth. Of course, my stance on the matter remains unchanged. You think I'm wrong, then prove it with your cross-examination. Gladly. Very well, Mr. Wright. You may cross-examine the witness. Moving the lantern. Just like Nick said, I'm the one who moved the lantern.
Hold it.
Why didn't you just tell us that sooner? Because I knew you guys were going to be suspicious of me, that's why. We're suspicious of you now because you tried to hide it. That's exactly. Well, now I've told you, happy? But how about letting me go? No, not yet. We need you to stick around to sort a few things out. Fine. God dang these yawns. I was poking around the reception hall before the main event and saw a lantern was broken.
Hold it.
Broken in what way? The lantern you swapped out was a female pegamoo, a pega cow, right? Yeah, I guess. Why did you replace a female lantern with a male one? Because I was too busy trying not to get caught. I didn't have time to check for little details like that. You're like sneaking into a reception, like, you know, a wedding reception, but you're also like doing odd jobs to the room while you were there. You didn't want to get caught, you could have just left well enough alone, you know. Whatever. Anyway, when I took a look at the broken lantern, I saw there was a note on it that said exchange with the one in the hold, Ellen.
Hold it.
Probably the meaty part. That note wasn't addressed to you, was it? Well, I guess not, but I could let my dear sweet Ellie do all the hard physical labor on her own. Jeez. Precisely that thought process that constantly gets you in trouble, Larry. Besides, it was my big chance to show her how much I cared about her. So I decided to do Ellie a favor.
Hold it.
Nobody saw you the whole time while you were switching the lanterns? Nope. Didn't get caught. Not that time, anyway. Not that time. Yeah, when I tried to sneak into the reception hall the first time... I didn't have much luck. Those sprocket guys spotted me and nabbed me. Yeah, we saw this briefly in that flashback at the start. Well, Ellen traveled through time, quotation marks. All my words are failing me right now. Pretty exciting, don't you think? Claire, you need help. Then they locked me up in one of the cabins. Nick, what are you asking about stuff like this for anyway? Shouldn't you be trying to prove Ellie's innocence? Well, is that statement of is it important to the case? Yes, it's important. Literally the only thing we got out of it. Mr. Butts, trying to crash the reception and subsequently getting locked up in a cabin? I believe these might be very important facts in this case, Your Honor. Very well. Mr. Butts, please add that statement to your testimony. What do we got? I tried to sneak into the reception hall, but I got caught and locked up in a cabin. Jesus, these yawns. All right, press this.
Hold it.
I think immediately comes to mind as evidence, but I might have to look through it again. So I got locked up. Then what happened? I broke out and I started looking for Ellie and wandered into the reception hall again. That's when I saw a broken lantern and I replaced it. Even after they caught you and locked you up, you still went looking for Miss Wyatt. But hold on a minute. What is it, Nick? Wyatt, doesn't something seem weird to you? They were saying you replaced the lantern after he broke out of the cabin. That's right. Oh, wait, huh? You're right. It doesn't make much sense, does it? That's right. Have you found an inconsistency in the witness's statement? When did this happen? Yes, I believe so, Your Honor. Mr. Blunt moved the lantern after he broke out of the cabin, but that contradicts with this. Maybe. Yeah, when did this all happen? I think it's the broken lantern, of course. But why? It's the only thing it could be, right? Save just in case.
Take that.
Is that? Yes, it's the broken lantern, Your Honor. She had no idea where this is going. Mr. Butts, what you're saying doesn't make any sense at all. What? Why not? You swapped out the lanterns before the reception began, right? Yeah, that's what I said. Is okay, so yeah. There's a second. This one broke after the reception, right? That's what it said? No. Yeah, he wheeled it there before the reception again and he replaced it. No, wait. But you also just said that you swapped the lanterns after you got locked up in the cabin for trying to sneak up into the reception. In other words, you're saying you swapped the lanterns both before the reception and after the reception took place. Wait, you swapped out 2 lanterns? Certainly doesn't make any sense, does it? Mr. Butts, did you swap the lanterns before or after the reception? Which was it, before or after? There's a world of difference between the two. Well, Mr. Butts, guess I can't expect guys like you to understand. In a nutshell, it was both before and after the reception. Oh my god. What? No, he's gonna... I tried to sneak into the first reception and got locked up. The first reception? Oh god. Oh, okay. No, he's gonna identify what I've been pointing out like all along. There was 2 receptions. And that, you know, they put on 2 receptions for Ellen to do this weird time travel stuff or something. Like, it's weird. This whole thing's so strange. They would have to know, like, if they were genuinely trying to trick Ellen, thinking their time travel was happening, they would have to know that she would, like, believe in it that hard. Maybe she made it evident or something. Like, it's a weird case. It's a weird setup to justify this time travel stuff. I don't think it's gonna shake out, but let's see. But this is like setting the stage. Yeah, there were 2 receptions. First reception. Uh-oh, I don't like where this is going. Then through the power of Ellie's pendant, time got rewound and we went back to the time before the reception. It was after that when I replaced the lantern. It was both before the reception and after the receptions. Get it? We went back in time before the reception. So of course the reception would take place 1 minute, one more time after that, right? That's why what I said makes perfect sense. Edgeworth is not going to be happy about this. Mr. Wright, what in the world is the witness talking about? Has he developed some sort of intellectual ailment I'm not aware of since I saw him last? Well, none of the sprockets seem to remember the time skip, but I do. And Ellie remembers it too. I think the power of our love for each other made that miracle happen. Mr. Wright, I'm sorry, but could you please translate this man's gibberish so the rest of us can understand? So now I have to be the one to explain about the whole time travel thing. Go on, Nick. I know you can do it. Looks like you don't have much choice, Nick. The heck with it. Can't lose any more of my dignity today anyway. Oh, but you can, Phoenix. You can. Defendant Miss Ellen Wyatt has told the defense the following strange story. Yeah, there's a thing in law is you take your defendants as they are, or you take a case as it is. Here's that no matter like whatever even if a person in a case says something insane and you know it's not true, but it's like, how do I explain this? You have to, there's a saying, it's like you take a defendants as you find them or something along those lines. So you have to approach, okay, Miss Ellen believes in time travel. We just have to like kind of accept that. I don't know necessarily you try to prove it in court, but you know, you acknowledge that, the court acknowledges that, and you just kind of move on. But now we're in a position where we're going to force that argument, and it's not going to hold up well. She said after the reception ended, she was attacked by Mr. Gloomsbury. Gerbury. He claims that as she was being assaulted, she made a wish upon her pendant. I keep saying like Berry after it. I say Berry, like B-E-R-R-Y. That's Bury, but I think I say it like the same way. I think Gloomsbury. Gloomsbury. I like the way Gloomsbury rolls off the tongue, but no, it's probably Gloomsbury. I'll try to emphasize that next time I see his name. She claims that as she was being assaulted, she made a wish upon her pendant. Please take me back to that blissful moment. In doing so, time apparently rewound itself just before the reception began. It isn't gonna like this. What? I know it's hard to believe, but thinking about it this way. Through the power of the pendant, both Ellen Wyatt and Larry Butts experienced time travel. What? Yeah, eat it up, gallery. It's another Phoenix Wright classic here. What absolute rubbish. Mr. Wright, I've heard my fair share of your nonsense over the years, but this takes the cake. Have you thoroughly lost your mind? Does this take the cake? It probably might. This is the most out there thing he's ever argued in court, right? Like, he's interviewed or cross-examined a parrot, an orca. We've talked to an assassin on the stand. No, trying to legitimately argue time travel happened probably is the wackiest thing he's done. I mean, it's somewhat of it's you know, people are gonna see some things as wackier than other things. It depends on the person. But I think to me, it's probably time travel is the wackiest thing. Objection! But this is simply the conclusion I came to. Using that logic ability you love so. Hey, that's. Well, call out to investigations, I guess. I mean, it's a weird way to phrase this. Using that logic ability. Yeah, that super special ability of logic. What? My response to Edgeworth. The truth of the matter is the future president of Sprocket Aviation, Soren Sprocket, has been researching time machines. What if a time machine has already been successfully created? What if that's one of Sprocket Aviation's top secret inventions? A time machine? Yeah, I even saw something while we were time traveling. Saw a pterodactyl flying through the sky. I'm pretty sure that's how I'm saying it. You don't say the P. Maybe the airship was set to travel through time for their honeymoon trip. What? A pterodactyl?
Objection.
You can't possibly have any evidence to back up your ridiculous time travel story. Well, as I thought. In any case, I now have the evidence to prove that you're no more intelligent than Larry. Hold it! Not so fast now, Edgy. I'm not the same old Larry you used to know. Somebody I used to know. Oh? You want evidence? I've got your evidence right here. This is a photo I secretly took of the first reception. What? What? It's hiding more evidence. Empty out your pockets, Larry. What else you got in there? Larry, I can't believe you. Well, anyway, good job. We compare the photos of the first and second receptions, we can find a difference. Then we'll be able to prove that the reception was held twice. But do you really think such a difference exists? Yes, Your Honor. I just need some time to find it for you. This is preposterous. Very well. Please show the court what's the difference then. Let's prove positive the wedding reception was held twice. Alright, let's see. Flower color? Wait, no, not this one. Yeah, I figured that's the... Immediately when I saw that picture, nothing else struck me as distinct enough to be changed other than the flowers. Bam. Look at those flowers.
Take that!
Please direct your attention to Miss Wyatt's bouquet of flowers. In the photo of the one her in-laws took, the defendant is holding a yellow bouquet. But in the photo Mr. Butts took, she is holding a red bouquet. Also, he's holding something in both pictures, so probably nothing. Well, maybe. I don't think it's as much evidence as I thought it was before. That weird thing, whatever he's holding. You're right. That's impossible. What does this mean? It means the defendant really did experience 2 wedding receptions. And she did that when she traveled back through time. What? Nick, you did it. You proved Ellen's time travel story to be true. Yeah, I can hardly believe it myself. You know, you prove there's 2 wedding receptions. You don't get ahead of yourself. It's just as Ellen said, the reception was held twice. It turns every assumption we based this trial on upside down. And because if we acknowledge there was 2 receptions instead of this time travel story, it actually, you know, implicates the true murderer and what was actually going on at the wedding, which means everyone else in the freaking wedding reception's in on it.
Objection!
Time travel story doesn't exactly help us in that way. I refuse to accept such a ludicrous argument. It's pure fiction under the guise of pseudoscience at best. There's simply no such thing as time travel. I know it's hard, but can't you suspend your disbelief for 1 nanosecond, Edgeworth? Bet sci-fi movies push all your buttons the wrong way, don't they, Mr. Edgeworth? You can totally picture you yelling, "That never happened," every 5 seconds at the screen. Maybe you should stay away from the movie dates altogether. Wow, that's neither here nor there. This is real life we're talking about. The proof is clearly shown in the 2 photographs. That's right, Mr. Edgeworth. No matter how...
Objection!
Oop. Fine, I'll entertain your absurd delusion. If only to demolish it before your very eyes. What? Let's start with this then, shall we? There is one thing your time travel theory fails to explain. This is not smooth. It goes back and forth. And that is the memories of the other guests there. The defendant and Larry remember the reception occurring twice, but no member of the Sprocket family has even mentioned such a thing. That's because the time machine is classified technology. I'm not done, you bird brain. Bird brain? As I was saying, if the entire family had been sworn to secrecy, then why hadn't they sworn the woman who was marrying into the family to secrecy too? That's a good point. I mean, maybe they didn't think it would, well, they knew it wouldn't keep because they were trying to keep her out of the family, but you know, it's not an excuse here. Honestly, all it takes is a little common sense, Mr. Wright. Even still, how do we know that the trip through time did not really occur? There's proof in the photos that it did, and besides, if time travel doesn't exist, well, I'd be a little disappointed, frankly. I was hoping to get back to the days of my youth. No, you judge. You don't want to do that. You mustn't allow yourself to be taken in by Mr. Wright's whimsical tales, Your Honor. I've read about it in various literature, you see. And they all say that time travel is just not logically feasible. Ugh. You never know, Edgeworth. Science is always changing. Maybe our argument was just a little too nonsensical, Nick. People said we'd never go to the moon, probably. Well, in that case, why don't we put common sense to the test? Excuse me? The wedding reception was held twice. The photos are proof of that. But if it wasn't because of time travel, simply because the reception had actually been held twice. Okay, good. We're getting the time travel thing out of the way. As fun as it is to poke at Edgeworth with a time travel story, it doesn't actually help our case that much. Isn't it the most reasonable way to interpret the situation? Would you care to elaborate, Mr. Wright? Time travel doesn't exist, then there's only one way to make sense of what happened. Somebody must have orchestrated a strange phenomenon, and that somebody is the gods. Bloomsbury. I am extremely curious what would happen if I said this. What my poor badges, so I'm gonna go everyone at the reception. Oh, man, maybe I should. No, I could have saved and explored. Oh well. What if all the guests at the reception conspired together to hold the reception twice and keep quiet about it? What? And for what purpose would they conspire to do such a thing? Well, a brilliant deduction defense. They gonna admit it? I can tell you that you are not a renowned lawyer for nothing. I must say, I underestimated you. How so, Mr. Nakoti? I'm gonna go with that. Nachoti. No, yeah, not Nakoti. Nachoti. You've managed to name each event precisely as they happened. You've revealed it all to the light of day. Then that means it was us. We orchestrated the whole thing. I mean, I'm sure he's gonna leave out the murder part. Well, he's gonna admit to the 2 weddings. They were trying to trick the fiance. I guess it was, you know, the bride at the time. But she murdered the guy on his own still. Yes, the reception was held twice. Not because of time travel, no. We simply held it a second time. What? Why? Why would you do such a thing? Let me clean this up. Make it through. Make it as though the murder of Miss Ellen committed never happened. Yeah, they're lying. Make sure, like, okay, he's on to us. Let's just admit to this part so we can bury her, Miss Ellen. Yeah. Master Soren figured that it's Miss Ellen who'd killed Gloomsbury after the first reception. Experienced the reception one more time, she would think it was all a dream. It was he who ordered us to make it happen. However, only a few, myself included, knew of Miss Ellen's crime. Are you saying most of the guests attended 2 receptions without knowing why? Indeed, they needed no reason. Master Soren told them to do it, and they do it. They did. That is the Sprocket way. And who hid the body in the lantern? We did. We did not anticipate the petals finding their way in, nor the actions of Mr. Butts. And that's how you intended to cover the whole situation up? There's just one thing everyone here has wrong. The real scene of the murder was not the hold. It was the Vista deck. Okay, which lines up with Mrs. Ellen's testimony. What? Then Miss White's recollection of events must be correct. I mean, we tried to cover this incident up, but the fact that Miss Ellen killed Gloomsbury is undeniable. This is quite a turn of events. We're gonna break the trial then? Like, this seems to warrant further investigation. And so it appears we have arrived at the truth. At last. Now, please do feel free to travel back in time, Mr. Wright, and attempt to do this trial over again. Go on. Let's not get hasty, Edgeworth. I bet you can't do it. I bet I can't either. Your Honor, we will have to hold a separate trial for the cover-up conspiracy later. As far as this case goes, I believe we are ready for your ruling. No, we're not.
Objection!
Just before the defendant lost consciousness during her attack, she says she saw someone strike the victim. Possible this third party is the true culprit.
Objection!
I just kind of brought that up out of nowhere. You still want us to believe the defendant's words? Perhaps you've lost more than your touch during your time abroad. This third person nonsense is nothing but rubbish, and you know it.
Objection!
No, there's so many oddities about the murder weapon. The lanterns, you're just gonna accept the double reception as a coincidence? Well, not coincidence, but like you just go, okay, they lied about that. They're not gonna lie about anything else? Like, there's so many questions, even if you still believe it's Ellen. It's irresponsible to do now. But by the same token, how can we trust those who conspired and lied to us if the full this court of law? There you go. For all we know, they might still be hiding something. Nah. You never know when to quit, do you? Now, calm down, both of you. In any case, there isn't enough trustworthy information yet for me to render a verdict. As we continue the trial, both sides have investigated the matter further. Nah. Very well, Your Honor. Whew, that was close. Mr. Nichoti? Nichki? Nikoti? Nico? Like Nick Cody? No, Nichoti. Man, oh. Wish like typing in that name didn't immediately bring him up, because then it's going to be hard to find a pronunciation on that, because I'm just going to run into spoilers or something. As for you and your court's attempt to cover up this crime, your case will be brought to a separate trial following the resolution of this current one. Understood, Your Honor. Well then, this concludes today's trial. Court is adjourned. Well, I think I could have toughed it out to the end of that trial last time, but oh well. I don't know, wasn't feeling too well, and I was definitely off my game. But everything we had to do after that stuff I was doing yesterday was way easier, probably. Alright, but hey, we get right into the next investigation. Boop. Let's continue on. Right? Anything agency. What? So the whole time traveling thing was just a ruse put on by the guests at the reception? Who could have seen that coming? Looks like it. I knew there had to be some kind of trick to it. About 2 wedding receptions. Can you imagine? I wonder how much that must have cost them. I have no idea. That's actually a really good point. But if you have to ask, you're not rich enough to want to know. Still, if you got the money, it's a pretty good way to cover things up, if you ask me. Not really. We kind of broke that apart pretty easily. You know, this is a little random, but I just looked over and saw that blue dish. It reminded me of that orb from the earlier cases in Spirit of Justice. Like, wow, we never... Well, I guess we put it in the eye of that thing and we just left it there. I thought it was the Founder's orb, but no, it turned out to be something different. Huh. Weird. Alright, well, a pretty good way to cover things up, if you ask me. Got that right. Sure, I would have been completely fooled. Hi, I'm back. Hey, Maya. Are you all set to go? Yep. Ready when you are. But what should we start with? Let's start with the reviewing what we learned at this trial. What Ellen thought was time travel was really a performance put on by the Sprockets. But other than that, it seems what Ellen told us was actually all true. What really matters right now is the identity of the mystery person Ellen said she saw while being attacked. Who is this mystery person? That's the million-dollar question, I'm afraid. If you want to clear Ellen of any suspicion, then figuring out who they are is the key. I think I'll take toilets for $200 instead, Mr. Wright. Well, at least there were only so many people on that airship that night. We know who the mastermind of the whole cover-up plot was too, so that's good. I mean, the groom, Soren Sprocket, right? Exactly. He might know something that could help us out. Yeah, he had to be complicit in this to some degree. I mean, he obviously was. But what was... Why did he go along with it is the question. Because he didn't like... Did he think Ellen murdered someone? Did he murder someone and they're covering for him? We'll have to find out. Might know something that could help us out. So then, what am I doing here? Yeah, what are you doing here? I'm a very busy man, you know. Well, all of the other people involved are Soren's family members. I thought I'd better start by interviewing you. You probably shouldn't trust a word out of your mouth. Oh man, I have a really tight schedule, but heck, what are friends for, right? Okay, pal, go ahead, ask me anything. You do remember it was me, was you who came to me for help in the first place, right? We presented a badge to him, right? What are you showing me your turkey's badge for? Wait, do you want? Oh no. Yeah, I remember this. Damn. Anything else I want to take a look at? Not really. Actually, you want to see like Soren's sister? Whoa! Who is she? Who's this lovely vision? Larry, sigh. This is Soren's older sister. She died in a car accident. No! How can such a beautiful flame have been snuffed out like that? If you were alive today, I bet I could have made her happy. That's funny. I thought you were in love with Ellen. Don't get me wrong, Nick. I just want to make all the pretty ladies of this world happy. That's all. I think you're the one getting it wrong. I figures. Well, I mean, that didn't advance the case at all, but hey, I'm glad they acknowledged it at least. E-incident. Want to go over exactly what happened when before I step outside. Wait, I want to go over exactly what happened when before I step outside this office again. Oh, right, it's not when before I step out. What happened when? Like, comma, before I step outside this office again. So you were there, Larry. Do you think you could help me get it all straight in my head? Sigh, if I gotta. Okay, so the first reception was held at 7 p.m. the day of the incident. That's the one you tried to crash, right? Huh? Oh yeah, that's right. Then they locked me up in a cabin. It was awful, I tell you. Too bad we're not here to focus on you, Larry. Then the incident occurred after this first reception at around 10 p.m. Ellen was tagged in the reception hall by Gloomsbury. He forced her out onto the Vista deck and was about to kill her. But Ellie fought back and ended up killing old Gloomsbury instead. To cover up, the family quickly threw together a second reception. That's what Edgy's claiming anyway. But I know my Ellie didn't do it. The key point is here. Mystery person Ellen said she saw strike Gloomsbury just before she passed out. Did you see anybody suspicious skulking around that day? Nope, not a soul. Because I was locked up in a cabin at the time. But he managed to escape and sneak back into the reception hall. That's when you switched the lantern in the event hall with the lantern in the hold, right? I mean, actually, if it is Soren, like, not a big deal because he was saving Ellen when he killed the guy, right? Presumably, if this is when the guy actually died. Like, yeah, he gets, you know, self-defense or whatever that is for a third party. Ellen obviously wasn't defending herself. Well, he was, but the person who killed the guy would be trying to save her. It's like no big deal if it was him. Let's see. That's when you switch the lantern in the event hall with the lantern in the hold, right? Did you see anybody then? Nope. The place was completely deserted. Guess because that Pierce Butler guy had everybody gathered around together somewhere. Makes sense. He must have been going over the cover-up plan with them. Clearly, the murder had already happened by the time Larry got out. Must have gotten everything ready really... Oh, God. Got everything ready fast and had a second reception soon after that. And after that second reception, Ellie went to clean up the reception hall. And as luck would have it, that's when she found the body in the lantern I'd brought up. It's too bad Ellen never ever looked at a clock at any time during this whole wedding reception, or she would have seen it's a later time than what the first reception was. Unless maybe they changed all the clocks everywhere on the airship. I tried to do something nice for Ellie out of the goodness of my heart, and this happened. I still don't know exactly what happened during the actual murder itself. Just have to look into it along with the identity of that mystery person. Cabin. So while the murder was taking place, you were locked up in a cabin. Did you see anything unusual while you were in there? The cabin, let's see. Well, there was that pterodactyl flying through the sky. That's pretty unusual. Alright, that drawing of the pterodactyl you saw. What's with all the air quotes? I really did see it, I swear. But Larry, the time travel thing never actually happened. Which means you couldn't have seen a real pterodactyl flying through the sky. Oh, are you doubting the eyes of a super popular picture book author? No, I'm just sure you saw something else and mistook that for a flying reptile. Not a reptile, isn't it? It's their chickens, closely. Although, I don't know. I mean, like, you know, T-Rexes are connected to chickens, right? Not all dinosaurs are connected to chickens. What distant ancestor is a pterodactyl connected to? They're not reptiles, though. Nick, you're making... actually, wait, the pterodactyls... You know, we discovered that, like, lizards probably didn't have skill, or, you know, dinosaurs didn't have skill. They had feathers, right? Or at least a lot of them did. Did pterodactyls have feathers? Feathers? Were pterodactyls just big birds? So much boring. More boring than what they were. But I guess it's true for in general for dinosaurs. Although whenever I see the feathers on dinosaurs thing, it's mostly like raptor ones. I don't know. Whatever. Nick, you're making me doubt my own eyes. Now I'm not even sure what I saw. Alright. Saw something very useful. Either way, you have no idea what actually happened at the real scene of the murder. That's right, and I can say that with every confidence. Oh wow, would you look at the time? Better go, I have a book signing to get to. Book signing? Whose book? Who do you think? It's mine, of course. It's Lawrence Dunham's book signing. But you went around and begged a bunch of bookstores to let you do one. Of course not. They're the ones coming around to beg me. I guess right. Anyway, I have to go. I'll send you 10 copies of my new book that just got released the other day, alright? 10? That's very generous of you. What are you talking about? I'm gonna send you the bill too, of course. Just put them down as office expenses or something. We'll see ya. Wait, Larry, we don't need... Ah, he's gone. I'll take a copy, boss. Oh, and make sure it's signed. Oh boy, Trucy's not gonna like this office expense. She handled the money, Phoenix? Here's our first lead. What do you want to tackle next, Nick? Alright, we should really hit the streets now, huh? How about we go see Ellen? Sounds good, boss. But I can cheer her up. I thought you were going to help Trucy with her magic show again today, Athena. Were you supposed to go meet her right about now? Trucy said she was going to practice her new trick on you, if I recall. On me? Really? Trucy's show is an important source of income for our agency, you know. Phoenix, you're technically working for, like, the largest, like, a super massive conglomerate or whatever. You can hope they pay you well. She's more useful than Maya is, I'm afraid to say, unless Maya's actually going to channel somebody, but she doesn't appear so. Trucy's show is an important source of income for our agency, you know. You can leave the case to us, so you go ahead and run along now. But boss, off you go, Athena. No, I don't want to die. You better get going too, Maya. Okay. Okay. Plug. Let's get moving. Talk to Ellen. Let's see what she says. Hello, Ellen. I think you need to talk about your husband a little more. Oh, my poor sweet Soren. I wonder how he's getting along without me. Hello, Ellen. Oh, Mr. Wright, what's going to happen with my trial, do you think? Well, first and foremost, we have to hurry up and find this mystery person you saw just before you passed out. Do you think that person could be the real killer? Quite possible, and if we can prove that, we can clear you of all charges. Actually, would you happen to know where Soren is right now? He's usually busy with meetings all afternoon, but he should be home by evening. You better go have a chat with him later then. Why are you showing me this? Am I being treated out of view to someone's underwear? Okay, good. Mr. Wright, don't tell me. You suspect my sweet Soren? I mean, it's possible. Well, he's the one who masterminded the second reception after the time skip. We don't know that. He might have, though. I thought he might be able to tell us something. How could you, Mr. Wright? Can't possibly think my Soren would never kill anyone. Although, it would have to probably be Soren because the head butler wouldn't think she'd believe time travel. Soren, being connected to her, maybe spending some time with her, maybe would realize. Maybe it's not impossible the butler knew, though. This is more, I guess that now that I think about it, this is more likely to be Soren than the butler to orchestrate this whole thing. Can't possibly think my Soren would never kill anyone. All right, just calm down. No, not if you're accusing my Soren. Please, I'm not accusing anybody, so please put the pan and ladle down, all right? Really? Cross my heart. But for now, would you mind if I ask you a few more things about the case? Be careful not to provoke her. Got a third different bouquet here too. Some white ones. I'm gonna present evidence after. Well, I'm just too curious. Stifle. Oh, poor Selena. I feel so sad about what happened to her. Selena! Okay. Yikes, Ellen, please try to calm down. Pretty please, with sugar on top. Thor and I were supposed to be happy for Selena's sake too. We should probably leave this topic alone, Nick. Well, she knew her. That's something, I guess. Can you tell me about Soren? There's nothing to tell. He's squeaky clean. All right, okay. You should avoid the topic while Soren right now. Let's talk about something else then. Fine, but you won't hear a peep out of me about Soren. Talk about pulling teeth. Here's the Chody. Still haven't decided. Like, I don't know. But Chody just sounds weird. It's like, that's how I would pronounce it by looking at that. Could you tell me more about Pierce and Chody then? Pierce, he came to Sprocket Manor about a year ago. The family butler, he's now in charge of everything in the household. Only a year ago, did he have some kind of special connection with the family? I'm just a maid, so I'm not privy to such things, I'm afraid. Okay, fair enough. Might have been Soren's order, but I feel, but Pierce is the one who coordinated the whole thing. The one who really orchestrated the grand time travel farce. Must have quite a bit of authority in that family. No matter how good he is at his job, how can anyone gain that much influence in a single year? I really don't know. I mean, he is an excellent butler. Wouldn't that explain it? Is it really as simple as that? I mean, if you're good enough, maybe. Time travel. What you thought was time travel was really a cover-up carried out by your in-laws. You said Soren was the one who ordered the whole thing. Still can't believe it, even if the second reception was fake. Soren would never use time travel for something like that. He's very serious about his time machine research, you know. I heard there's a reason he's researching time machines, actually. Something about something he wishes he could change. Isn't the whole idea of traveling back in time itself a little fantastic? I don't think so. After all, Soren said real time travelers do exist. Really now. Do you know someone who actually traveled through time? That's right. I haven't seen it personally, but Soren said as much. So I believe it. Someone who actually traveled through time, huh? It's pretty hard to believe. Thank you, Ellen. Going out to do your investigation now, aren't you? I mean, I guess maybe it's the butler. I mean, it's getting kind of limited on suspects here. Yes, that's right. Please make sure you don't cause Soren any trouble, okay? Afraid I can't promise you that. What? Please, whatever you do, please don't upset my poor Soren any further. I'm begging you. I'll do my best not to cause him any unnecessary trouble. Oh, I couldn't bear if Soren ever came under suspicion. I'd rather be found guilty myself. Whoa! God, yikes! Let's get out of here. Ellen, please don't work yourself up like this. You don't want to Soren to worry, do you? No, you're right. And the floodwaters recede once more. What do we do now, Nick? Well, Alan said Soren is usually in meetings until the evening, so let's save our house call until then. Why don't we go to the mooring dock and figure out the next move from there? Roger, Nick. Roger Dodger. Let's get out of here. Actually, before we go, anything I want to present to her? We don't have that second wedding photo. No, not really. Excuse me. To the mooring dock. So where should we start? Let's see. Are there any places we haven't examined yet? We already investigated the reception hall at Sprocket Manor. I know, we haven't looked at the Vista deck or the hold yet. Yeah, supposed to do those yesterday. Call it an early Phoenix. I guess I did two that day. Short stream, but we're going longer today. Hey, you're right. We've still got some pretty important places left to examine, don't we? Vista deck is the actual scene of the murder, right? And the lantern with the bloody body in it was stored in the hold. I think there's a good chance we'll find some important clues in those locations. You know how to get to the hold? Question. It was labeled on that diagram of the airship in this pamphlet. Yeah, down there. Ooh, I just noticed. Okay, well, there it is. Yeah, hold straight to the Vista deck. It's harder to wheel it up to the reception hall. If you gotta go to the distant elevator, up, then just through a room. Well, what are we waiting for? Let's go. Weird. Anything changed out here? At a glance, it doesn't seem like it, no. Check mark still too. To the hold. Oh, excuse the yawning. Well, there goes my theory about the plane. It's still here. I mean, it wasn't a strong theory because it's, you know, very different, but kind of very similar to what we saw in the picture. Blind Chapel hold. So this is the hold. Also, wait, ladder? No, this whole thing's an elevator. Where Pierce orchestrated the whole cover-up operation. Better go over this place with a fine-tooth comb. Hey, Nick. Are we supposed to need a key card to get in here? Huh, you're right. I wonder why it was unlocked. How's it going, Mr. Wright? Because Emma's in here. There you go. Emma, what are you doing here? Just a little independent investigating for my own sake. Gotta keep the mind sharp. So the door security system was turned off for the police investigation. We'd like to investigate the hole ourselves. Would that be alright? Yeah, sure. Police just finished their examination anyway. Thanks, we'll just take a quick look around then. Oh, right! You should know that the floor doubles as a huge lift. You can use that lever way back there to raise up to the Vista deck. Police inspected it already, but didn't find anything of particular interest, it seems. You go to the Vista deck with the lift. Be careful not to fall off. Got it, thanks. It goes double for you, Maya. Yes, ma'am. You barely know Maya. Don't make any assumptions about what she would probably mess up doing. Well, let's go get the show on the road. Let's investigate things. Here's those flowers. These are the flowers we saw in Larry's photo. Petals make them look a little like little gears. Perfect flower for the sprocket family, huh? Maybe they're going to shower the couple with these petals. With the petals? You mean kind of like how people throw rice at, or confetti? Yeah, like that. Only these were found at the scene of a murder instead. Now, no important details, I guess. All the stuff. These must be the dishes and glasses they use for receptions. Very fancy. Maybe we'd be in big trouble if we broke any of them. Ooh, I want to see Nick. You, young lady, need to stay far, far away from them. Nick! I think I'm gonna break them, don't you? Let's just say your rap sheet for breaking things doesn't help your case. Ooh, big thing. This is the airship's engine. It's pretty impressive. It's all rhythmic and like a heartbeat. It's the literal heart of a flying chapel. Look at all those huge gears spinning around and around and around and... Oh, I think I'm starting to get dizzy. Yeah, me too. Gonna climb up these to fight Dracula. What else is around here? Cake. Ooh, it's cake, Nick. A cake. So big, they wouldn't miss one little piece, would they? You're in that mood for a mouthful of styrofoam, sure, knock yourself out. I mean, it's not real? Well, sure, fool me. I'm so ready to have some that I'm really craving cake now. Come on, Nick, let's go get some. Maybe after the trial's over. What's the point of styrofoam? Wait, then why are they going with styrofoam? They can afford to waste an entire cake. Back here. Huh? Looks like there's some fingerprints on this candelabra. Oh, she must have dusted it. Yeah, I just got done dusting that. They able to pull a set of left-handed prints, left-hand prints. You know whose prints they are? Yes, prints belong to the victim, Dumas Gloomsbury. Nick, I just figured out something amazing. You did? Get this. The fingerprints on the candelabra for his left hand, Mr. Doom and Gloom must have been left-handed. What do you think of that? Do I have the markings of a great detective or what? I mean, he could have been. I don't necessarily know that he was actually using it as a weapon. In fact, pretty sure he's not. The fingerprints seem to be like halfway up towards the top of it. If you wanted to swing it as a weapon, it would be lower down so you could build up more momentum or, you know, physics stuff. That's how you explain it. That's how a great detective like Sherlock goes, you know, physics stuff happened when he swung that thing. You're really silly, Sally, if you thought that deduction was any way encyclopedic. Hey, you're pretty good, Maya. I listened to that myself, and sure enough, the victim really was left-handed. Okay, cool. Really got it right? Awesome. Good for you, Maya. Good for you. That's all you got to say? I think you did a real great job, Maya. Way to go! Guess one can never have too much info. Now you're talking. Yeah, you would hold it a little lower, wouldn't you, if you were going to swing it as a weapon? But come to think of it, candelabra isn't in the photo Larry took of the hold, is it? A nice memory, Phoenix. The picture was taken when they were getting ready for the first reception, right? Candelabra must have been brought in here sometime after that, then. It's still possible it has something to do with the incident, though. Turn out to evidence to file, just in case. Yeah, you would grab it down here for the give your swing more impact, right? Ooh. No, you couldn't thrust it though. Like if you're thrusting it, then maybe it's got a little spike, but I think it's kind of impossible with these things on the edge. They'd block it from going in. I don't know, maybe you could slip like someone's neck in between it. I'm putting way too much thought into this. Oh, by the way, Mr. Wright, you have this fingerprint powder if you like. Oh, nice. Giving this to us? Sure. I have 4 other assets. Actually, didn't the Thinker statue? Like when you saw that thing, and people use that as a weapon multiple times, but I think they always grabbed it by the base and swung the top of the statue at it. Even though the base is probably the heaviest point, and you probably want to hold it by the statue part. I don't remember if that's correct. I think it is. Oh, doesn't matter. Sure, I have 4 other sets. Thanks. I feel like there's something more to the candelabra, but I can't put my finger on it. Can I look at it in more detail? Nope. no one was stabbed, so I don't think that spike's gonna come into play. Also gonna about this aeroplane. Oh look, Nick, it's an airplane. I wonder if Soren built that one too. Hey, why don't we take it for a spin? A quick tour around the neighborhood. And who do you suppose propose is going to pilot that wooden death trap? Me, of course. Who else? Is it an actual plane? Don't worry, I've seen people fly airplanes on TV plenty of times. I think I'll pass. I got my whole life ahead of me. Not evidence though. A little rope here. What's that? A wedding bell? According to the pamphlet, used on the Vista deck during the wedding ceremonies to bless the newlyweds. Guess they disassemble it and store it away here in the hole when it's not being used. Two Pigamoos. Oh yeah, they're both female. There are 2 male Pegaboo lanterns. 2 male Pegaboo lanterns in the reception hall. That must mean that these 2 are the female Pegacow lanterns. They got their sexes mixed up when he replaced the one in the reception hall, huh? Didn't you see the horns? The difference is pretty glaring, if you ask me. Yet he managed not to notice. That's what makes Larry Larry. Larry being Larry is why I've seen more than my fair share of trouble for a lifetime. Oh, Mr. Wright. You know that lantern the victim was found inside, of the reception hall? I'm just about to piece it back together so the police can examine it. Oh, okay. Stop by for a look too once you're done fixing it. Neat, I guess. Yawn a couple more times, don't worry about it. It's just a lantern? The lantern now. Or not the lantern, lever. Yeah. Go on up to the Vista deck. Oh look, there's a lever to the lift, Emma. There's the lever to the lift Emma told us about. Let's start going up on it. I'll flip the switch. Here goes nothing. Wait, I'm not even on it yet. Let's see something under it though. Ooh, we got some blood. Wait, how did the police not find that? Hey Maya, stop the lift. Emma told us the police didn't find anything. Oops, sorry, I got a little carried away. Never mind that, move over a little. Oh, okay. Is that blood? Blood, let me see. How did you not notice that? Could it be Mr. Gloomsbury's blood? Oh, this lift goes up to the Vista deck when a murder took place, so I think that's the most logical conclusion. I thought the victim was clubbed to death and that there wasn't much blood. Something tells me I better take a picture of this. Yeah, we never brought up the fact that his hands were bloody too in the trial. It just never came up. The bloodstain added the court record. I'll ask Emma about it some more later. I can bring the lift back down now. You got it. I'll flip the switch again. Oh god, freaking yawns. There. That is one of the most glaring oversights by the police in this game ever. Like, not just, well, just not this game, like the entire series. I want to find out some more about that blood stain. For now, I guess we should go up to this Vista deck, because they specifically said that they investigated the lift and didn't find anything. We'll look around at the actual crime scene for ourselves. You must be great from up there. I bet it'll be awesome. I mean, it would be if it wasn't the scene of a murder. Okay, to the Vista deck we go. We should actually get on the lift this time, Nick. I know. Yeah, I'll just flip the switch again, and away we go. Okay, so right here-ish is where the blood is. Right around here. Wow, look at the gorgeous view. This is where Ellen was attacked and Mr. Gloomsbury was killed. Each one wrong step and it's cursed splat on the ground below. We'll investigate the stuff that's a little closer to the edge. Well, I don't see anything much of anything over there. Excuse me. Police investigation didn't turn up any clues either, so we don't need to. Phoenix. Oh, I get it. You're scared, aren't you, Nick? Of course not. Come on, let's go back down and finish checking the hold. No. Oh my god. Like, we already know the police missed something. Alright, well, whatever. World's slowest elevator. How are we playing a visual novel and have to deal with elevator load times? Oh boy. Something else to do. Well, I guess we can present stuff to Emma. Because we've looked at everything. Yeah, that's everything. Alright. Hey, Emma. Check it out. Emma, about this blood stain, doesn't something about it strike you as odd? What's so odd about the victim's blood? Not exactly. There's just something odd about it that bothers me. Now that you mention it, I can say I can't necessarily disagree with you. Maybe we should talk about this to someone more. Talk about this some more with her. Okay, so now we can. Oh wow. I guess yeah, I never talked to her. Any progress with your investigation? Nothing conclusive yet, I'm afraid. Almost everybody was involved with the cover-up. It's hard to know who or what to believe. I know what you mean. Unless you have some compelling evidence, I'm afraid it's going to be a tough trial for you. You're telling me. There isn't much time left, so I just gotta make do and see what I can turn up. Emma, can we check out this candelabra a little more? A little more? What do you mean? Oh, oops. What happened? I almost dropped the candelabra and the candle slipped off. Okay, yeah, here we go. There we go. We have stabbing. So now this handprint makes more sense. Like I said earlier, didn't make much sense for swinging, but now it makes a lot more sense for stabbing. Let's be careful with that. It might be important evidence. Wait a minute. Now what? One of the pins that hold the candles is broken. What? Definitely something fishy about this candelabra. There is? What makes you say that? Call forensic investigators intuition. We already tested this for prints earlier. Let's test it with luminol this time. Anima, she used every test she had at the same time as she could. Hang on, this will only take a second. Well, this turns up a new lead somehow. Mama, did you find anything? Take a look at this, Mr. Wright. Wrenched. What's that? What is all that blood doing on there? There's like no way they faked the autopsy report, right? Maybe somebody got hurt where they were setting up the reception. That's too much blood. So whose blood is it? Well, I mean, yeah, because it can't be the victims. They didn't fake, like, they didn't need to fake the autopsy report for it to be the victim, because it never mentioned him getting stabbed. It's somebody else. Stabbed in the hand, maybe? I don't think so. Be him somehow. Be hiding an injury somewhere or something. Pins are pretty sharp, but one of the pins was broken. Means there was some force involved. Do you think maybe somebody got stabbed? Nobody reported anything like that. Quite a bit of blood. I wonder whose it is. If I have anything that might shed some light on that, I should probably show it to Emma. About this blood stain. What about it? Something about it that's been bothering me. Oh yeah? What is that? What's that? Well, there's a huge bloodstain in the crime scene lift and bloodstained candelabra. Now, this is the only guess, but I'm thinking maybe these two bloodstains are from the same source. Thinking maybe these two bloodstains are from the same source. I guess that it is possibility. When we compare the two bloodstains, would that take a lot of time? You kidding? Don't underestimate the power of science. It'll be done in a jiffy. The results are in. That didn't take long, and now did it? The bloodstain from the lift and candelabra are from the same person. Nice. Double update. Nice. Well, the victim was clubbed to death, and there wasn't all that much blood. But this isn't Mr. Gloomsbury's blood. Well, this is just a guess, but what if Mr. Gloomsbury stabbed somebody with a candelabra pin? Well, that would explain both the huge bloodstain in the lift and the blood on the candelabra. Oh my goodness, if that's true, that means there was somebody else present at the scene of the murder. It does, doesn't it? This just might substantiate Ellen's statement about a third person. Wait, could you have this blood analyzed? Sure thing. Mysterious bloodstain on a candelabra with the victim's prints on it. This might be the thing to back up Ellen's memory of seeing a third person. At the reception hall, it might be worth taking another look around there. Reception hall, but the forensic teams is in there investigating right now. Oh, they are? Well, we don't have time to just sit around, so let's go check out something else. Good idea. We could go question some people, especially Soren. I have quite a few questions for that guy. Sounds good, Nick. Ought to do some legwork then? Yep, I thought we'd head to Soren's house for starters. He was accompanying the police on their investigation here earlier, but probably home by now. Great, thanks. Later, Emma. Yeah, I feel like we're gonna implicate Soren. It's gonna be problematic. And looks the same here, though. I still can't get over how gorgeous Sprocket Manor is. Don't touch anything. I wasn't going to. She definitely was going to. I was told I had guests. I realized I can't see his hand. Thank you for seeing us, Soren. We know you're busy. I'd like to ask you a few questions about the case, if you wouldn't mind. It's fine. Nothing that obviously indicates an injury anywhere here. Soren? Carolyn's lawyer, right? Huh? Yeah, that's right. Only he doesn't remember me. Will Ellen be found guilty? We're doing everything we can to prevent that. That's why we're here investigating. Can you please tell us what you know? Soren? Alright, fine. What was that pause all about? We'll show the picture later. Talk to him for now. It was you who gave the doctor the order for that large-scale cover-up plan. Isn't that enough? And isn't that right? What large-scale cover-up? Don't play dumb with us. Like, you know somewhat. You were at both receptions. You know, 2 wedding receptions in order to try and cover up Mr. Gloomsbury's murder. Ellen thought that through the power of his timekeeper he built, he traveled back in time. Ah, so that's why there were 2 receptions. Okay, you just didn't think about it. Does he seriously not know why the reception was held twice? I didn't think, like, initially I thought, okay, there's no way anyone's that dumb or oblivious. But I guess this kid just kind of does whatever, so maybe that checks out. Let's look out to delve deeper here. The cover-up scheme, that fake trip through time, you're not the one who was behind it all. Here's Nachodi stated in court you were the one who ordered it to be carried out. You said that? I see. I leave him in charge of everything around me. So whatever he decides, in essence, is my decision too. I take it that you didn't know anything about the cover-up. That's none of your business. That's... Thank you. But you were in 2 wedding receptions in a row. And still, you claim to know nothing? I have nothing more to say to you. Please leave. Okay, he's not denying... Oh. He's being weird about it. But Soren... Hits in the eye. Ow! Oh, there's something written on this paper. Like, Phoenix, it's your own fault. That thing's not going that fast. You can catch it. You can step out of the way. You're the one letting it hit you. Oh, there's something written on this paper airplane. Let's see. Go away. Doesn't get any clearer than that, huh? I think he's especially uncooperative, but I can grab his attention somehow. That one piece of evidence I don't know much about. Let's give it a try. I mean, I can visit the time machine. I also want to try presenting his sister. Sis. Your sister would want the truth of this case to be known. How rude. Intruding on the private lives of others. A part of your job as a lawyer. Oh, yeah. I apologize. Showing the picture of his sister wasn't such a good idea after all. Weird that there is such a large amount of dialogue for this thing that's kind of unrelated to everything. Alright, we're gonna ask about the time machine. What are you showing me that for? Mr. Sprocket! Can't read him at all. Not even with an item that's loaded with sentiments as this. I guess it's not that. You can try this. Soren, have you ever seen this before? Okay, so he's involved with it. Soren, what is it? Nothing. Why does his whole demeanor change all of a sudden? Gone pale as a ghost, too. Wow. Soren! Nick, look at his stomach. He's bleeding. Somebody help. Soren's collapsed. Well, okay, that answers that. Master Soren, get to the hospital quickly now. Poor Soren. That must be one serious wound. What is it, Nick? Well, then I showed him the candelabra. His whole demeanor changed. So he was stabbed, then. That's what I'm implying. Well, I keep doing that. No, I want this one. Nothing that indicates this. Yeah, it looks normal. Arm doesn't look out of place. It's like kind of near where I'm assuming his wound's gonna be, but it's not distracting enough to prove. It's not in a position that proves, oh, look at him, he's limping or something like that. Or he's like holding his wound together. Does not look like that. I was just thinking that maybe his injury is... Huh? What's this? Soren's notebook. Must have dropped it in a rush to get him to the hospital. Ooh, this is gonna be juicy. His notebook, huh? Wonder what's written in it, don't you? Come on, you know you want to take a peek. Soren's notebook. What do I do? What do I do? Let's take a peek. Don't even have to think about it. I feel guilty snooping around in somebody's personal notebook, but maybe we should take a little look-see. Investigation, Phoenix. Gotta look at it. Well, it's filled with big words written in tiny letters. Guess he uses a notebook to write down his invention ideas. Huh? What is it? Did you find something? From March 8th of last year, the content of this notebook changes dramatically. Like how? Well, since that date, Soren's been writing down every detail of his life, as in every. He decided to start keeping a diary? This is way too detailed to be an ordinary diary. He's really compulsive, or maybe he was just plain forgetful. But is it really simple as that? Like something happened on March 8th that made Soren change. Why don't you let me take a look at that and I'll tell you. Hey, Maya, let go of it. Let go or we'll rip it. Yeep. Now look what you did. You dropped it. You could have just let me take a look. This is my fault. Oh no, Nick! Go into the pool and so. Oh my god. Can't read a thing on these 2 pages now. You're gonna get it now? I guess it really is my fault after all. Put it away carefully for now. Oh my god. We just like covered up important evidence. Can't let anything else happen to it, you hear? Oh, hey look, there's something sticking out of the notebook. Before we do that, let's take a look. This is convenient, huh? Oh, what? Looks like a newspaper article. Let's see. What the car accident Soren's sister died in happened on March 8th. Wow, we put that together really fast. That's the day Soren's notebook completely changed. Oh, wow! What else does it say? The driver at the time of the accident was Dumas Gloomsbury. Okay. So this is coming back. I knew it would be revolved somehow. Either him or the butler dude. This Soren was in the car too, and that he had sustained severe interest in. Like, maybe, well... No, I guess Dumas Gloomsbury is the guy, like, the guy who hit them? That maybe My initial suspicion about, you know, all the deals we heard is the other butler, what was his name? Nachodi, Pierce Nachodi, was the guy who killed the sister in the accident. Maybe not. The Soren was in the cartoon that he had sustained severe injuries. Just like Pierce said, Soren completely changed after the accident. Bloomsbury was driving the car when they got into that accident. Okay, no. So it could still be that other guy. Man, I thought. Ooh, I think we're starting. Well, so now that we have multiple connected to the death of his sister, that whole she looks like Ellen looks like his sister, sort of, is kind of coming to play. Maybe in a more significant way than I thought. Bloomsbury was driving the car when they got into that accident. It opens a distinct possibility of Soren holding a grudge against Bloomsbury. Do you think Soren could have? I don't know. It's not like I have any proof. We should talk to Pierce about this when we return Soren's notebook to him. But it doesn't seem to be here right now. Maybe he's at the Flying Chapel. Nothing else has changed, so I don't need to look around. Let's get to walk back here. September 22nd. Rocket Park. Mooring Dock. Joe Pierce is around here somewhere. Mr. Wright, Mrs. and Mrs. Fay. Convenient. Hello. Hello, Pierce. We're just looking for you. Sorry for Master Soren's sudden departure earlier. You have my sincerest apologies. Like, this guy's covered up a murder. Should they all, like, be in jail or holding? They just get to walk around? It was totally understandable, really, but shouldn't you be at his side right now? It's fine. The other servants are with him, and I am in constant contact with them. Don't forget to give him his pain medication and be sure to keep him hydrated. Also, see to it that he's not up and about. He needs complete bed rest. What happens when you're too rich for normal peasant phones? I must have returned to Master Soren now, but did you want something of me? Actually, here's Soren's notebook. He dropped it when he collapsed. Pierce doesn't notice the bloodstain. Oh, thank you very much for this. We'll see to it personally that Master Soren gets it back. Thank you. You know, I guess there's a chance that the bloodstain was already in there. We just happened to drop it into the blood, but I don't think that'd be the case. Just you did not look inside. Of course not. I said it for him. Because it is filled with numerous patent-worthy ideas, you see. Look, I know you're busy, but would you mind if I asked you a few questions about the case? Well, as I said, oh, right, and he has the locket, too, so that also connects him to the sister. So, yeah, the sister's at the heart of all this. Well, as I said, I must be getting back to Master Soren. If you can make it quick, I would greatly appreciate it. Alright, I'll make this quick as I can. Huh. The first time we had that weird loading bug here. Weird. Cover-up. I'd like to ask you about the cover-up you tried to pull off, if you don't mind. Told everything there is to tell in court already. Exposing you anything that may harm the Sprocket family's reputation is simply a part of my job. It's like a lovely job description. I have nothing more to say on the matter. I will say, I do not think it's wise to spend time on topics that have already been discussed. Right. Pierce, could you tell us more about this accident? Where did you find that? Nowhere. And did I not already tell you about that accident? You did, but you conveniently left out one crucial detail. The fact that Dumas Bloomsbury was driving the car at the time. Oh, did I mention that? I suppose it simply did not come up then. Mr. Bloomsbury caused the accident. Why did the Sprocket family fire him? Would that usually be the natural consequence of such a huge mistake? That misunderstands. Bloomsbury stayed on with the family. Like, I made the assumption, I guess, that there was a second car involved. That doesn't have to be the case. On Master Soren's request. What? This is the type of person Master Soren is. Perhaps it was the influence of Miss Celine's kind nature. She was such a sweet person that even in her last moment, she thought of Master Soren. And not only did Soren not hold a grudge against Gloomsbury, he insisted on keeping him on. Yeah, it never detailed what kind of accident it is. Yeah, it never mentions a second car, just an accident, unspecific. I really don't understand how that guy's mind works. So you're present for Celine Sprocket's last moments? Yes, in my professional capacity. The accident happened on the way to a certain party. What kind of party was it? It was Miss Celine's engagement party. Bloomsbury's inquiries were minor, but Miss Selena and Master Soren's were critical. They were brought to the Sprocket family's regular hospital. Wow, to have such a terrible thing happen on what was supposed to be a day of celebration. Thanks to the surgeon in charge, Master Soren pulled through. Miss Selena, she... The last words Miss Selena said to me were... Please help Soren. Ever since then, I have attended Master Soren and tried to help him in any way I can. I see. Lena's fiance must have been devastated. Indeed. I'm guessing you're him. Talk of losing Miss Selena was so great, he quit being a surgeon. He was a surgeon? Wait, so the surgeon who tried to save them both was he? Yes, he was Miss Selena's fiance. Wow, this would give you big motive to hate kind of Soren and Bloomsbury. What a terrible tragedy. How awful. So where is her fiance now? Good question. I wonder that sometimes myself. Not fiance. I think he's dancing around it. I think it is him. More information about him, but I doubt I'll find him anytime soon. When you could ask. Are we done here? I'm afraid I must be going. Can you please just tell me a little more about Soren? There's nothing more to tell. I can't seem to get any real answers out of him just by asking him questions. Is that piece of evidence I still don't know much about? Maybe he'll be able to tell me something about it. That's like the second time Phoenix has said that exact same thing. He's talking about this? Pierce. Have you ever seen this candelabra before? I know. I don't know anything about it. In fact, you're probably... Like, evidence for him being the surgeon is if Soren got stabbed with that candelabra, he had to get fixed up on the spot to hide it. He's probably the perfect surgeon to do it. And Magatama reacted. Pierce must be trying to hide something from me. To break those cyclots and find out what. Let's do it! Pierce's secret. Pierce, you're hiding something from me from about this candelabra, aren't you? It is one of the candelabras from the Flying Chapel, is it not? Is there something special about it? Actually, yes, there's some blood on it, you see. I think the blood might belong to this person. Soren.
Take that!
Soren has a rather nasty wound on his body, doesn't he? Ugh. Yes, Master Soren is indeed injured. I mean, kinda sucks that there's so few people in this case. Like, we know everybody, so we know it's not the murderer. I guess a lot of cases have been like this, though. Not all of them. I keep going back. Let's use a case example I brought up earlier already. Ace Attorney 1, Case 3, there's so many people in that case. There's Miss Oldbag, there's Penny, there's... what was his name? Salmonella. There is... who else? Oh, actually turns that out to be... I forget her name. Not Dahlia. Something along those... No, it's not Dahlia. Dahlia's the third game antagonist, but something along those lines for the person who's actually responsible for that. There's enough names around, and there's like some suspicious behavior behind a lot of them. Even though and it's, I guess that game keeps it on your toes because you don't really know what's going on because you never see about the final antagonist. You learn about them partway through the case. But there's enough people around, I guess it keeps it interesting. But in this case, like literally the only other person here is him. So everything has to be about him. He has to be the surgeon. Unless they're gonna introduce him now. He has to be the murderer. It can't be anyone else. All these people are in the clear. Unless, of course, Ace Attorney is going to do something bold and make her the killer or something. I just don't see that happening, though. Yes, Mr. Soren is indeed injured. Are there any other people involved with this case injured? As far as I know. I see. Then let me ask you this, Pierce. You suppose Soren could have been more directly involved than you're letting on? What in the world would make you think that? Well, I've got my reasons. Mr. Gloomsbury's fingerprints were found on this candelabra stem. This leads me to believe that Mr. Gloomsbury stabbed Soren with it. I cannot possibly think Master Soren is the one responsible for the murder. I don't have any conclusive evidence of that at the moment, but I do think he had a motive. This proves that Soren had a motive to kill Mr. Gloomsbury. This.
Take that!
Even though it was an accident, Mr. Gloomsbury was the man responsible for taking Soren's sister away. Let us suppose that Gloomsbury did stab Master Soren with the candelabra. Can you prove that it had anything to do with this case? He might have been stabbed at some other location for some other reason. Sorry, but I can prove it was related to this case. Oh, really? Soren's stabbing and Mr. Gloomsbury's death are definitely connected. Are they now? This is the piece of evidence that ties Soren and to Mr. Gloomsbury's murder. The blood on the ship.
Take that!
Bloodstain was found on the side of the lift that goes between the hold and Vista deck. Blood matches the blood that's on the candelabra. I obtained the results straight from the police, so I can reassure you this information is correct. This bloodstain on the lift indicates an important fact. It shows us that Soren was there during the crime. Soren's blood is on the lift, which can only mean one thing. He was there, wasn't he? Soren was at the scene of the crime. You're very astute, Mr. Wright. It appears I cannot hide this from you any longer. Very well, I will tell you everything. Unlock successful. I mean, I guess definitely could still be Soren, but the fact that we're on him so hard is like, no, they're not gonna do it. We need big twists and stuff along the way. Soren was framed. Can you tell me about Soren's injury? Very well. This is what I've heard directly through from Master Soren himself. As you surmised, Master Soren was stabbed by Gloomsbury on the day of the murder. It happened after the first wedding reception. The happy couple was in the reception hall when suddenly Gloomsbury appeared. He attacked Miss Ellen and tried to take her away. Master Soren went to stop him and found himself in a struggle with Gloomsbury. This is when Master Soren was stabbed with a candelabra, he said. Even though Master Soren was badly injured, he went off after Gloomsbury. Soren really was at the scene of the murder, wasn't he? Yes, that is correct. However, by the time Master Soren arrived at the scene, Gloomsbury had already been murdered. Pierce is saying that Soren was at the crime scene, that he didn't have anything to do with the murder itself. Even still, why did you try to keep such an important piece of information from me? I'm very sorry, Master Soren's injury and Gloomsbury's murder were not directly related. But I decided not to mention it, so as not to unnecessarily complicate the investigation. Sure. Now then, I'm sorry, but I'm afraid I really must go now. Please excuse me. Thank you for your time. You should have told us everything in the first place. It saved us a lot of time. Yeah, but I guess it really isn't that simple for him. He's the family butler, after all. Sure didn't make our job any easier, though, did he? At least we learned something new. Soren was at the scene of the crime. It's true. One step forward is better than none. What's next, Nick? Let's see. Forensics team might be done investigating the reception hall by now. Go check it out. Sounds like a plan. What revelations are going to come across to in here? Hello. Chapel reception hall. What a weird thought. I've been watching Bay, that Hololive YouTuber, play through Yakuza Kiwami. So for some reason I thought this was like, oh, it's gonna turn around, it's gonna be Majima, or like some weird twist maid thing for some reason in my head. You know, it's just probably a regular maid. Looks like the police are done with their investigation here. I wonder if it's okay for us to take a look around now. Oh, hi, Mr. Wright. Hi, Emma. Would it be alright if we investigated the room now? Sure, the police are all done, so go for it. Oh, remember that broken lantern? I restored it to perfection. I have to say, it's some of my best work. Sounds like the repair job was a resounding success. Thanks, Emma. We'll take a good look at it, too. I'll have to be getting back to the station. Try not to mess up the crime scene if you can't help it. We'll be careful. I'll be seeing you. Bye, Emma, and thank you. Oh, shall we get started? Normal stuff. Okay, we look around. She must have it behind us or something, but... Oh, I can't even click on her. Oh, hello. I don't know. Now I can. Another beautiful day outside, isn't it? Yeah, if only it wasn't the scene of a murder, we could really enjoy it. True. Shouldn't there be, I guess it opens up. I was just thinking to say, there shouldn't be a giant hole because the lift comes up. But they could have, you know, closing doors. Must be tough for the maids to have to work on such a beautiful day like today. Oh, we don't mind. Whoa, I didn't think you could hear me way over there. We don't think of it as simply cleaning. It's more like we wiping away all of the sadness stuck to this airship. Wow, talk about devoted. Yeah, we'll steal this thing. This is where the murder weapon, the timekeeper, was displayed. Guess it's in police custody now. Excuse me. Huh? What's this? A key? That's the maid about it. Good idea. She might be able to tell us something. Excuse me, could I ask you a question? Oh, of course. What would you like to know? You know anything about this key? The key that starts at the timekeeper. Startup key. That's right. Oh. The first startup of love ceremony was so beautiful. The bride and groom each had a symbol of their love, and when they put them together, oh, how romantic it was. So that time machine actually does do something. Not time travel, obviously, but something. First startup love ceremony? What exactly did that entail? Oh, the ceremony in which the couple activated the timekeeper together for the first time. It was kind of like a cake cutting ceremony. What are these symbols of their love you mentioned? Well, that's kind of an interesting secret, so I can't really say. Sorry, I better be getting back to my work. I think there's an order from the above not to talk about it. What's this? Hey, I think that tablecloth is new. They must have changed it since yesterday. Oh, how can you tell? Because the food stains that were there are now all gone. Should have known it's because of the food related. Guess we checked out everything on this interest in this area. I don't see anything that catches my eye. Things, let's turn around. Hello, other maid. Hey, take a look at that door. I wonder where it goes. Shall we open it up and see? Wait, please don't open that. It's the emergency escape hatch. It's dark outside. You'll fall to your death. Phew, that was a close one, huh, Maya? I'll say. I mean, if you open it up and step through without looking. Also, where's the thing? I guess it's on this side of the room. Nothing here. Yeah, there it is. Hiding somewhere. Alright. Here's the broken lantern, all patched up. And I do mean patched. Put these on backwards. Emma said this was some of her best work. I know she put a lot of effort into it. Pretty smashed up. It must have been a lot of work to piece it back together. I know, because this is getting, you know, we're proving that the blood came from the inside. It had to be Gloomsbury, right? He had the blood on his hands. He got out of the lantern and ran into Helen. Well, ran into somebody. Actually, no, wait. He fell out, is what she claimed. But if he didn't open, well, oh, it's weird because he still had blood on his hands when we saw him with the body in the picture. Like, what happened there? How did those get on there? Because Gloomsbury, if he stabbed the victim and then got out, which, you know, the blood on the handle seems to imply, how did he end up back in there? No, but actually, his body was dumped in there. No, something's weird going on there. Pretty smashed up. It must have been a lot of work to piece it back together. She gets an A for effort at any rate. Huh? The wheel handle on the back has some blood on it. Looks like somebody gripped it with bloody hands. The blood got mixed up, got there when the killer was putting old Doom and Gloom's body inside. No, kind of the obvious opposite. It's when the evidence as stands shows Gloomsbury, like, okay, we're believing this isn't planted, means he himself got out of this lantern in at some point while covered in blood, which like implies he stabbed Soren in one of these. Got out? Ooh, well, actually maybe stabbed Soren in this. He died and then Soren got out because he would have his hands covered in blood because he's gripping his wound or something. But why would there be a fight in this thing? Why would there be two people fighting in this thing? So weird. I'll have to just sit back and see what the game does with that. You see anything else noteworthy? Well, there's another one of these lanterns over there. Might be a good idea to really compare the two later. What about you, maid? Excuse me, is the fog machine ready to use now? No, I'm afraid not. Let me put dry ice in it when there's an actual reception. I see. That's too bad. Wants to blast me with a cloud of smoke, doesn't she? Hey, well. Let's look at the thing again for Phoenix's sake, even though I remember that the handles were the other way around. This is the unbroken peggable lantern. This is the one that Emma restored. Don't say they look exactly the same, or that they're made up of the same parts. Wait a minute. What is it, Maya? I think there's something off about this peggable. But everything about it looks off to me. I'm not quite sure what it is, but some detail isn't quite right. Show me the restored lantern again. Hey, I know, it's this, right? But where? The thing about the restored lantern that's off is the color of the handle wheel. Look, it's the wheel handle. It's different color altogether. Different color altogether. Whoop. Emma got the inside and outside wheel handles switched around. Oh wow, you're right. There's blood on here, blood here on this handle, as if somebody gripped it with bloody hand. Right, which means that the blood got on the handle from inside the lantern. Like, he had to get out from the lantern before, like, he couldn't have gotten bloody hands and then went inside of it. It had to be before, otherwise it'd be on the outside handle. But that, like, implies there's two people crammed into this lantern fighting somehow. Like, even if it's not, you know, Soren killing Gloomsbury, or Gloomsbury stabbing Soren, still extremely strange. I don't know why they would be packed into there together. You think the blood got on there when the killer was putting the body in the lantern? It's really hard to say at this point. Because, yeah, you would only need, well, I don't know. We'll see. Phew. Well, I think we've checked out everything relevant to this case. What are you two doing here? Wait, what are you doing here? Oh, wow. Soren, shouldn't you be resting in bed? You're injured. How do you know about that? Never mind. My notebook. Have you seen my notebook? I can't find it anywhere. My notebook. I need my notebook. Jeez. What's the matter with him? My notebook. I have to have... Master Soren. Master Soren, I told you to stay in bed. My notebook. One note with this guy. Here you go. Note. I made a pun. I didn't. Oh well. Yes, this is it. Soren gets emotionally unstable without that notebook of his. He's not gonna notice the blood or anything. Phew. I think he's calmed down now. Soren, do you mind if I talk to you for a minute? I don't allow you to do that. What if his wound were to reopen again? Or to open up again? He needs to rest. I guess you're right. We can talk to him in bed. Now if you'll excuse us. If you will excuse us. Mr. Soren, let us retire. Alright. Here they go. Pierce is right. I guess he really isn't in any kind of any condition to be questioned. Let's go back to the agency and sort through what we've learned. I guess we have to. Ooh, that was a quick investigation day. It seems like we're wrapping it up. September 22nd, right? Anything agency. We're back. Anybody here? Oh, hi, boss. Dina, I thought you were with Trucy. I guess you could say that I'm taking a short break. Enough about me. What about investigation? Did you find anything? Find out anything? Well, it turns out that third person Ellen says she saw at the crime scene might have been Soren Sprocket. What? Really? Always thought that he seemed suspicious. Thing is, by the time Soren got to the Vista deck, murder had already occurred, apparently. No way! I don't buy that. Not for a second. It's a cover-up. Cover-up, I tell you. That's certainly a possibility. And as a lawyer, it's certainly a possibility I have to pursue, but what? It's your job, right? So pursue the heck out of it. Just do it. Yeah, but is that really what's best for Ellen? Soren can be found guilty if the truth comes out tomorrow. If we don't pursue the possibility Ellen can be found guilty instead. Oh man, either way, it sure doesn't spell out happily ever after for the two of them. What are you gonna do, Mr. Wright? Can't let an innocent person get convicted. I guess that's all I can really do is pursue the truth. Even if it ends up devastating Ellen. What a tough call to make. Still, there's always a chance, right? Maybe something will come up during the trial that will save their marriage. I hope so. I really do. Oh, Maya, let's go. Break the news to Ellen, you mean? Yep. That's right. Please take me with you. I'm gonna help you console Ellen through this piece of bad news. Tina. Yeah, we're probably... It really seems up... Not just with Ellen, but with Soren, too. We're building up to some psych evaluation. Appreciate the offer, but don't you have somewhere else to be? Do I? Tina, what are you doing here? I've been looking all over for you. Come on now, let's get back to the practicing. No, wait. My body can't take it anymore. Boss, you gotta help me. A lawyer always keeps their promises, Athena. But boss! You bail on me one more time, Athena, I'm gonna use my real blade on you. Yeek! Rude. Sorry, Athena, but somebody's gotta do it. Better you than me, though. Hang in there, kiddo. Come on, Maya, we better get going. Alright, back to Ellen. Break the news to her. She's not gonna be happy. September 22nd, detention center. Room. I mean, we don't have any direct evidence that he did anything. Just heavily implies he might have. Not enough to convict him, though. Hello, Ellen. How did your investigation go, Mr. Wright? Before I answer that, I need to ask you something. Was Soren with you when Mr. Gloomsbury attacked you in the reception hall? I'm sorry I kept it from you. Cool. I was afraid that he'd come under suspicion if I told you. I kept quiet about it. I'm really sorry. I see. I thought it was probably something like that. Listen, Alan, I'm afraid I had to make a very difficult decision based on what I found. What kind of decision? This is very hard for me to say, but the mysterious person you saw at the scene of the crime was most likely Soren. What? In other words, in court tomorrow, I'm afraid I'll have to propose the possibility that Soren is the true culprit. No, Soren is innocent. No. But don't you see, if I don't try to pursue that line of thought, you'll be found guilty. No, no. No! Please, Ellen, calm down. Oh, ah! Soren just can't be found guilty. I'd much rather be found guilty instead. Ellen, you can't let yourself think like that. But, no! Also, I just noticed. I do believe the 3D models for this area, in the old games, I think it was just the same exact position. It's just whether they cut the bottoms off. Looks like Maya actually is closer to us than Ellen is. Just notice that. Yeah, like, see, look at this. I noticed it seemed weird when she talks. Yeah, she's closer up than normal. Marriage is for life, right? You can see it when I transition here, how close she is. You really would think you can run away to the truth and still be happily, truly happy with him? Back there. Wow! Full 3D game, I guess. You're not married, so how can you possibly understand? Sometimes you just gotta do whatever it takes to make things work. But, Nick, you talk to her. Hey, don't just dump this all on me. Mr. Wright, I'm innocent, and Soren is too. So please, prove our innocence in court. I'll certainly do everything in my power. I just hope she doesn't lose control like this in court tomorrow. Alright. Short investigation. We're gonna keep going though. I still got plenty of pep in my step. Although this is a good time as any, I'm gonna take a small break to refill my cup. Get out of this. Continue the next chapter. I will be right back. Alright, I'm back. Man, I'm thinking about what I'm gonna do when I get some free time after this. I picked up I continued playing Dragon's Dogma over the weekend. I kind of dropped the Magic Archer playthrough I was doing just because I didn't like. I like how cool the Magic Archer is. It does a lot of interesting things, but I just don't like how the charge up time. There's not like the physical classes in that game because they're snappy. You click the button, things happen immediately. You don't have to charge up a bunch of stuff. So I've been playing through that game as a ranger now. But I also, just because I started thinking about some DC comic stuff this weekend, I started watching the Harley Quinn TV show, recently. Which, on the surface, I didn't really care for the idea of what I heard from it. Like, oh, it's kind of a, I don't know, adult animation Harley Quinn show. Not as a, I don't know, kind of almost a little sitcom-y, just a little, not quite that. But it's not a very serious take on, you know, the character of the DC universe at all. Typically, I don't know, adult animation for a lot of times. I watched it when I was a kid, like Family Guy, Adult Swim, and stuff like that. It was funny then, not too entertaining as adult. I feel like it's not great writing on a lot of those shows, but this is Harley Quinn show is actually pretty good this so far. I'm surprised. So deciding which of those two am I going to pick up next time. Get some free time. It's a hard time deciding. What a first world problem to have. For now, we're continuing here. The one thing we found out yesterday is that Soren was there at the crime scene. I hope I can get some testimony from him that'll get to the heart of the matter. Mr. Wright. Good morning, Ellen. Look, I'm afraid you might not like the results of today's trial. Nevertheless, don't tell me you're still thinking of going that route. Soren is innocent. He can't be found guilty. Take me instead. Ellen, please try and get a hold of yourself. I believe in Soren with all my heart. How dare you doubt him? Not happy. He's probably gonna plead guilty in the court today, but we're gonna ignore that. Regardless of which one of them is found guilty today, it's going to be devastating for Ellen, isn't it? We'll just have to do everything we can. That's the best we can do, you know? The trial's about to begin, Mr. Wright. Alright, let's go, Maya. Yeah. I wonder if this is going to be a 3-day trial. I don't think we had any of those yet. Even the final case, if you count, you know, the 2 separate trials as individual days, it was still 2 days. Well, I mean, technically speaking, it was over a course of many days, but it's like investigation, court, investigation, court. We never go into investigation, court a third time. I feel like there's not much to find, though. Like, that had to be all the areas, right? The whole relationship between Pierce and Soren's sister Selena needs to be elaborated on, but I don't think we need to do investigating to figure that out. Court is back in session for the trial of Ellen Wyatt. Defense is ready, Your Honor. Prosecution is ready, Your Honor. Let's see now, where were we? Yesterday's session, we found out about the Sprocket family's conspiracy to cover up the murder of Dumas Gloomsbury with a second reception. Taking advantage of our collective shock, the defense, as usual, made a nonsensical claim, namely that there was a third person present who struck the victim.
Objection!
Hey, don't try to make it sound like I made it all up. The defendant herself made a statement about the existence of a third person. Further investigation has only proven her statement to be true. And I presume the defense intends to focus on proving the identity of this third person. That, all right with you, Mr. Edgeworth? Indeed, Your Honor. In fact, I predict that the defense will most likely attempt to name Mr. Soren Sprocket as the true culprit. How did you? I mean, he looked at the crime scene. The driver during the accident that killed Mr. Sprocket's sister was the victim. Therefore, Mr. Sprocket had a motive to murder Mr. Gloomsbury. That's what you plan to assert, is it not, Mr. Wright? Am I that transparent? Come now, Mr. Wright, did you really think the police wouldn't uncover this information? Congrats on getting it in one, Mr. Edgeworth. But you're wrong. Soren didn't do it. He's innocent. It's Wyatt, please. He's innocent, I tell you. What is this, Mr. Wright? I thought your claim about the existence of a third person came from the defendant. It did. This is just a minor hiccup. You not discuss your strategy for today with the defendant, Mr. Wright? Starting off on the wrong foot again is seriously cutting into my lifespan. It appears that the defense is in disarray. Therefore, the best way to clear things up is to ask Mr. Sprocket himself what happened. Your Honor, the prosecution would like to call Soren Sprocket to the stand. What? I'm glad hey, Edgeworth is moving us along. He's not gonna play coy. He knows we're gonna get to this point at some point, so he's just hurrying it up. Well, very well. Bailiff, please bring Mr. Sprocket into the witness stand. To the witness stand. Hello. Witness, please state your name and occupation. I'll let him do it. Ow! Something written on this paper airplane. Let's see. Soren Sprocket, Managing Director of Sprocket Aviation. Mr. Sprocket, please give your answers in words, not paper airplanes. Now then, Mr. Sprocket, please tell that doubting lawyer there what really happened at the time of the crime. Well, Mr. Sprocket, yeah, Edgeworth typically has a lot of issues getting his witnesses to work with him. Mr. Sprocket! Alright. You want me to talk about what happened when the crime occurred? In other words, after the first wedding reception, when Ellen and I were in the reception hall, right? Not even the power of the court can stop him from marching to the beat of his own drum. What Soren remembers. I was stabbed by Dumas in the reception hall and I collapsed onto the floor. Next thing I saw was Ellen and Dumas on the Vista deck. I knew Ellen was in danger, so I headed for the Vista deck. But when I got there, Dumas was already... I don't want to believe it, but it must have been Ellen. Nothing else makes sense. Ooh, wow, he just threw her under the bus. Wait just a minute here. Let's block my view just a tiny bit. Microphone. You actually think Miss Wyatt killed the victim? That's right. Dumas was killed by Ellen. This is unbelievable. How can you suspect your bride, the woman you love?
Objection!
You're an objection again. The truth can be cruel. Miss Wyatt, you must be very upset. Is there anything you wish to say? No, I can't believe this. Soren, I thought at least you would believe in me. The best way now to show your love for your groom is to admit your guilt and try to atone. Soren.
Hold it!
Mr. Edgeworth, I haven't even cross-examined the witness yet. And quit picking on the clearly distraught. Yeah, that's uncool. Not cool, Mr. Edgeworth. A court where we seek the truth. And the truth is unyielding, even to the truly pitiful. Mr. Edgeworth, I find it distasteful to make a lady cry. It too, Your Honor. So what are you going to do, Nick? The third person Ellen saw on the Vista deck was Soren. We had to prove Soren was there at the time of the murder. I don't see any obvious inconsistencies in his testimony, but we have to push forward. Yeah, let's get some details. What Soren remembers. I was stabbed by Dumas in the session hall and I collapsed to the floor.
Hold it!
Please tell me everything you can about when you got stabbed. Oops. Ooh, my mouse. At the reception, Ellen and I were enjoying a moment alone in the reception hall. Then Dumas appeared and stabbed me. He grabbed Ellen and the timekeeper and left the reception hall. Did Mr. Gloomsbury say anything at the time? I don't remember. After I was stabbed, I was immobilized by the pain. I see. Next thing I saw was Ellen and Dumas on the Vista deck. I knew Ellen was in danger, so I headed for the Vista deck. Alright, what am I doing? Press these.
Hold it!
The Vista deck, huh? Was it nighttime then? Could you really see them in the darkness? The moon was out so I could see them clearly. From the looks of it, Dumas was trying to push Ellen and the timekeeper off the side. We saw the defendant about to be thrown off the airship, you say. Thrown off the airship, you say. That's right. I'm in such a desperate situation, it would only be natural for her to fight for her life. And the murder weapon was right there within her grasp. Ugh, this isn't going well at all. I'm gonna do something fast. Maybe they, realize I accused that guy, the butler, of being the surgeon. Is it impossible that he did the autopsy? No, probably is. Doesn't mention who did it. You know, it was in danger, so I headed for the Vista deck.
Hold it!
I understand that your bride was in danger, but were you really able to move with the stab wound to the gut? I was desperately trying to push the pain out of my mind. I see, so adrenaline kicked in and gave you your strength. Is that right? Too much of anything in his statement that I can refute. That's right. I almost passed out several times as I made my way to the Vista deck. We found the blood on the Vista deck, though, or the platform that goes to the Vista deck. So there's a decent chance he was already on the Vista deck when he got stabbed. I need to point that out. Let's keep pressing. But when I got there, Dumas was already... Are you absolutely sure, Mr. Sprocket, that by the time you got to the Vista deck, the murder had already been committed? Yes. The Vista deck is just on the other side of the glass windows in the reception hall. Ah, great. Oh, I'll be so glad we don't have to deal with this thing anymore. We're getting towards the end of it. I feel like, I don't know, there could be a third day, but it doesn't really feel like it. Not enough left to investigate. Because day one, it was clear that, hey, we didn't investigate the hold, we didn't investigate, something else too. Didn't there? Well, we didn't investigate the hallways of the cabins, but that didn't have to be the true. But investigating the hole, that was the big thing. Shouldn't you have been able to get there right away?
Objection!
Mr. Wright, have you investigated nothing? The only way to the Vista deck is going to the hold and take the lift. Weird. You think you would want people on the Vista deck to be able to access it easily? You don't want, like, passengers would want to stand on the Vista deck. Like, that's the point, right? Do you make them go through the cargo hold to get there? No matter how much on hurries, it would take at least 10 minutes. Ah, well, that's unhelpful. But Soren had to have gotten there before the murder of my claim won't stand. You have any ideas for me, Maya? Definitely easier to prove that someone did go to the hold than not. I mean, you can't leave anything if you don't go someplace, right? Can't leave anything. Wait a minute. I think Maya's onto something here. Yeah, it's obviously it's the platform we need to present here. The lack of a certainty that something does actually proves that Soren didn't go to the hold. What's the matter? Are you stumped already? No, I'm far from stumped, Mr. Edgeworth. I know for a fact that Mr. Sprocket didn't go to the hold. Humph. In your paper-thin bluffs. Sprocket's bloodstain on the lift proves he went through the hold. What possible proof could he have that he did not, in fact, go through there? You want proof? You got it. Okay, so you brought up that. This thing, there's got to be proof that Soren didn't go through the hold. Well, Mr. Wright? Proof that Mr. Sprocket didn't go through the hold. Oh, you mentioned it's not the blood on the lift. Because the lift can be in a different position. Can I point that out? Didn't go through the hold. Like, obviously there's blood. There's no blood in a lot of the other scenes if you got stabbed. Like, in the reception hall, there should be blood if you got stabbed there. Maybe it's still the lift. And I just point out that he could have gotten stabbed on the, like, he could have got stabbed on the Vista deck. And that's how the blood got there. But like none of this. Oh, this is it right here. That's it. Had to remember. But yes, this shows who came and went through the hold. In case, just in case. Boom. As anyone can see from the hold entry record, there's absolutely no mention of Soren Sprocket entering the hole. Good thing I thought about it for a while. Events asserts that Mr. Sprocket used a different route to get to the Vista deck. You can assert that all you want, Mr. Wright, but can you actually prove another route exists? Can I prove the existence of another route to the Vista deck, you ask? We're not going to mention the plane, are we? I guess I can. I can prove it, even if it's just a bluff. I had to present something. Anything that could prove the existence of a faster route to the Vista deck. Very well then, Mr. Wright. Just how Sprocket got to the Vista deck. Maybe for the Vista deck through here. I mean, you could jump through the window. There's just no evidence of that. Oh, this thing. Oh, the escape hatch. Right, we did see that, didn't we?
Take that!
To save his bride from dangers, Mr. Sprocket opened the escape hatch and made his way alongside the outside of the wall to the Vista deck. Isn't that right, Mr. Sprocket? We didn't get that as evidence, but hey, yeah, that's there. It would certainly be a much faster route to the Vista deck.
Objection!
What's your argument against this? Sigh, I'm disappointed, Mr. Wright. Is that really the best you can do? You can muster? That escape hatch is not meant to be used to get from the reception hall to the Vista deck. Okay, who cares? One slip and it's all it would take for Mr. Sprocket to plunge his death. He just got married. He's gonna risk it. I have to agree. The defense claim that is really stretching it.
Hold it!
I understand how it sounds, Your Honor. But at this point, it's too early to definitively say that he didn't go that way. So that's where you're going with it, I take it? Of course, Your Honor. This is real life, Mr. Wright, not some cinematic drivel from or comic book. Give some sort of logical explanation to share that would convince us of your claim. Excuse me. I do. Very confident there. Are you sure, Nick? Kind of. Actually, I have nothing. I'll just have to wing it somehow. What do you base your theory that Mr. Sprocket made his way along the outside? My theory is that he's able to go along the outside wall despite the dangers based on... It's the power of love. Do, 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 do. It's gotta be that, right? Like, I don't even bother. It's gotta be this. To save the bride he loves, the groom risked his life and rushed to her side. Mr. Sprocket was able to make it to the Vista deck despite the danger. He has the power of love. Power of love. Okay, I gotta stop saying it. Gonna get picked up by the YouTube bots, whatever, they do clean sweeps of videos, but somehow I can look up the entire song as its own video from not the actual official release on some random YouTube channel. That love is a source of strength that can help one overcome any obstacle. I think I can relate, thanks to my long, happy marriage. Wow, he actually seems to be buying it.
Objection!
Phoenix, the power of love, you say? That kind of illogical argument is hardly viable in a court of law. Wouldn't you agree, Your Honor? I'm afraid not, Mr. Edgeworth. You should never underestimate the power of love. You'll understand one day when you get married. Which I won't. Ooh, wow. No interest, huh, Edgeworth? You know, speaking of these, I guess he's like driven, like you say, a Batman kind of way that he just solely cares about his job and really nothing else. Exactly what is so wrong with wishing to remain unwed? Gotta send him off, Your Honor. I agree. If he doesn't want to get together, he doesn't have to. Never mind all this unscientific nonsense. Are you aware, Mr. Wright, that at the time of the crime... Oh, wow. There was a huge propeller turning at full speed between the hatch and the Vista deck. Even if a person were to go outside through the hatch, you could probably slip through. Whoops. They'd be blown away in an instant. Okay. Ah! Humph. Where does your power of love get you now, Mr. Wright? A huge spinning propeller, you say? In that case, I have to admit, it does seem impossible. Ah, I should have known. Nick, you can't make that kind of face in front of your client. Worse the times when the lawyers have to force their biggest smiles, right? Right. Like I just saw Mia looking out through me, looking out at me through Maya's eyes. Oh, wow. How long has it been since he mentioned her? The one thing that came out of, like, definitively came out of the first trilogy of games is Phoenix didn't need Mia as his mentor anymore. That's like actually changed between games, because once, you know, obviously Phoenix changed a lot for Apollo Justice, the fourth game. It kind of reset a little bit in fifth game, not completely, but Mia being gone kind of permanently seems to be one of the actual gross. I don't think she was mentioned that last game, Dual Destinies, at all. I don't remember it though. I've proven my memory of that game's kind of foggy. What's wrong, Nick? Why are you gaping at me like a giant sunfish? Thank you, Maya. You just helped me remember something really important. There it is. There's that fearless smile I was looking for. It gives us a mind-blowing theory, just like you always do. I have to turn my thinking around. I'm wondering how Soren could have moved past that huge propeller. Think about what would have made it possible for him to do so. Your Honor, Mr. Red only makes that ridiculous face when his back is pressed against the wall. Therefore, please do hurry and give your ruling before... Mr. Edgeworth, it's still far too early to discount my theory. What are you talking about? The airship large spinning propellers have already been shredded to pieces. But if we think a little more outside the box, I'm sure we can find a way he could have made it. Stop trying to stall, Mr. Wright, and show us how it could have been even remotely possible, if at all. I must agree with Mr. Edgeworth. Very well, Your Honor. Must have been a way. Some way that Soren could have moved along the wall in spite of the propeller. Now then, Mr. Wright, what specifically would have made it possible? This is how it would have been possible for Mr. Sprocket to get to the Vista deck. Your ship wasn't flying, wasn't it? Doesn't mention anything there. Do you have any evidence that shows that? I mean, I agree, it's probably not flying. Was stabbed by this time. That doesn't come into play yet. Can't see like the engine working or not. We're not gonna discount our theory because we're trying to get past the propeller. Propellers were broken. Oh, there's like zero evidence of that, isn't there? It has to be the airship wasn't flying. Oop. Airship wasn't flying. What allowed Mr. Sprocket to go along the outside wall in spite of the propellers is the location of the flying chapel at the time of the crime. Location of the flying chapel? But wasn't it flying in the high in the sky? No, Your Honor, I'm afraid it wasn't. What? Then where was it? At the time of the murder, the airship wasn't flying through the sky, but more to the ground. What? If the airship wasn't flying, then that means the propellers weren't turning. feel like we would have the details of when this would, like, we would know ahead of time if this ship was flying or not when this whole thing was going down. Which case, because I was a little wondering about that too. Like, obviously it's on an airship so they can fly it around, but every time we've seen it, it's been moored to the ground. Obviously it's not going to be in the air, or otherwise we can get to it, but it's like, did they have it while it was moored to the ground? I had no idea. No one's ever asked it or brought it up till now. Mr. Sprocket could have gotten to the Vista deck along the outside wall. Isn't that right, Mr. Sprocket? You're... I don't remember. Ow, he stabbed himself with his pencil. Gonna leave a mark.
Objection!
Even if the propellers weren't turning, it would have been far too risky to go that way. But Mr. Edgeworth, you're forgetting about the power of love. I keep saying it. Yes, the amazing power of love. Say it one more time, please. Not this again. Very well, for the sake of argument, let's assume the so-called power of love made it possible for Mr. Sprocket to move alongside the outside wall of the airship. You proved that the airship was tied to the ground as you claim, Mr. Wright. Well, I mean, we should be able to look that up somehow. Like, one of the guests should tell us. Like, the police investigation should have questioned everybody and figured out the position of the ship. I don't have any evidence that proves where the airship was at that time. You can prove it, can't you? Ugh. Mike, can you think of anything that we can use to prove it? I can say I can. Oh, wait. Didn't somebody see something outside a window at the time of the crime? You remember someone saying as much. Oh. Yeah, so him. By which I mean, Larry. What is this? I don't have like. No, I can't look at the cover. I have a piece of evidence that shows what was outside the airship. Oh, Sky, can't make any definitive things from this. Unrelated. Inside. No, it's gotta be this, but I don't know what that is. I don't remember the outside of the airship all that well. Oh, what are you waiting for? Video that shows what was outside the airship at the time of the crime. Alright, well, I don't like this, but we're gonna do it.
Take that!
This video that shows what's outside the airship at the time of the murder. What kind of lousy drawing is that? Not that bad. I mean, it's not bad at all. It's not incredible. It's a drawing made by Larry Butts. And what can you prove with that poor attempt at artistry? Larry made this drawing before he switched the lanterns. It must have been right around when the murder was being committed. Now, if I could direct the court's attention to here. Let me, think about this a second before I follow through. Yeah, it's not a bad drawing. Better than anything I could draw. I had to load that in. Is that a pterodactyl? Does that mean that the airship actually went back in time to the Cretaceous period?
Objection!
We've already proven that time travel is nothing more than a gimmick, did we not? We didn't prove it. We just kind of assumed it. We, like, proved that's not what happened here. We did, and I have no intention of bringing up that argument again. But this drawing shows us an important piece of information. It shows us that the airship was actually moored on the ground. And what makes you say, you sure, so sure? Excuse me. Let's see, all you have to do is consider who made this drawing. Oh, that he snuck in at all? It's not like what that exactly is. It's that Larry was on the ship. I guess snuck in. Well, no, because they... Larry. That's right, and it's Mr. Butts. We both know what he's like. He must have seen something and mistaken it for a pterodactyl. I can't argue with you there. Hey, wait just one doggone second here. What kind of moron do you guys take me for? I saw it with my own eyes. A pterodactyl flew right by the window, I tell you. And the sharp eyes of an artist. Don't you believe me? No. Nick. Nope. Oh, some friends you guys are. What about the judge? You believe me, right, Your Honor? I'm sorry, but I'm afraid you need to leave this courtroom. Bailiff, if you would. Come on, buddy, let's go. Why does anybody believe me? Don't take it personally, Larry. I just know you're being, well, you. Now then, so you're saying that what Mr. Butts really saw, there's some relation to what was outside the airship at the time of the murder. They talked about like heavy winds or something. Yeah, at least I think it does. What is this pterodactyl really? What this pterodactyl really is will prove the airship was anchored at the mooring dock. Had better anyway. If it doesn't, my whole argument is a bust. If you're that confident about it, then please go ahead and tell us what it really was. Yes, Your Honor. Think Phoenix, what could the pterodactyl actually been? I mean, it has to be like this, right? Oh. Oh, yeah, there it is. I see it now. Upside down this thing. It's the part of the sign that was flying around. You can see the little pterodactyl weird face. What was the light, though? Yeah, let me double check here. The little triangle, like the little starish kind of thing with the big blank right here. Yeah, it's that. I didn't notice that was this, but it's still kind of reaching that he saw this part. How did he see? It was in the middle of night. How did he see the darkest part of the sign, but none of the other stuff around it? Makes no sense, but whatever. It is what it is. Let's take a good look at the sign. The sign. It appears to be broken and then repaired. What does this sign have to do with the pterodactyl? Please focus on this part of the sign. Part that broke off and got reattached? What about it? What if we turn it like this? Oh, that shape! It's the pterodactyl in the drawing! Mr. Butts actually saw through the was this chunk as it was being blown through the air by wind. What? He's got a jetpack, I didn't notice. I mean, that's the first time we saw his back, I guess, but... On the day of the murder, there was some heavy winds in the area of the mooring dock. It's hard to imagine this sign would make it up as high as an airship would fly. That means the flying chapel must have been anchored at the mooring dock that night. Isn't that right, Mr. Sprocket? Ugh. Out.
Objection!
That's more than enough of this power of love nonsense, you pop culture junkie. There's not all the proof you want, but your arguments are based far too much in conjecture. Why don't we turn to reality now? What do you mean, too much conjecture? Even if the airship wasn't flying, that alone doesn't prove the witness went along the wall. True, even now, it's no more than a possibility. And how do you suppose Mr. Sprocket got to the Vista deck, Mr. Edgeworth? I noticed something as we went over the evidence. Please take a look at this whole entry record. What about it? I don't see Mr. Sprocket's name listed on here anywhere. Don't you remember? In yesterday's session, we had a very similar kind of argument. Did we? Honestly, Mr. Wright, are you going senile already? We talked about Larry Butts using the defense keycard to enter the hold. Oh, we did talk about that, didn't we? In other words, even if a person's name isn't on the entry record, it's still possible for that person to have entered by using someone else's card. Ah, yeah, but whose? Mr. Sprocket, you entered the hole with Nichoti, didn't you? I did. What? Why didn't you just tell us that in the first place? Why'd you get so nervous about me going out the exit? Oh yeah, you can't see the jetpack. It's a little hard to tell from this angle. Like, yeah, you can see something back there, but not necessarily jetpack. Pierce is indispensable. I don't want to mention it to him unnecessarily and risk him having him wrongly accused. I couldn't do it without him. Mr. Sprocket, I ask that you testify in greater detail about your movements that night. I just thought of something. Are they faking this too? Like, we know there was 2 wedding receptions. Was there 2 Ellen gets attacked on the balcony? No, not right. No way. I ask you to testify in greater detail about your movements to that night. The truth. The truth is, I went to the Vista deck with Pierce. That's why my name doesn't appear on the hold entry record. I was badly injured from being stabbed, but I was frantic. By the time we reached the scene, it was all over. Not a whole lot. Oh, this doesn't help me one bit. Mr. Sprocket, you've concealed information from us time and time again. Who do you think you are, treating this court of law with such irrelevance? That being said, I do appreciate the testimony you gave just now. Thanks to you, we now know why your name doesn't appear in the entry record. Now, there are no more inconsistencies in the witness testimony. Arg. That's Mr. Edgeworth for you. He never leaves a loose end dangling. You okay, Nick? I wouldn't exactly call the situation okay. Somehow I'll have to coax the information we need for an opening out of him. I can, if he even can, that is. The truth. The truth is, I went to the Vista deck with Pierce.
Hold it!
You didn't mention this because you didn't want Mr. Chody to fall under suspicion. Is that because he has something to hide? I just didn't want the police to take up his time with all their questions, that's all. Neither the company nor the household would function smoothly without him. I see. Wow, it sounds like Miss Pierce is absolutely indispensable to the Sprockets. Anyway, getting back to your statement. When did you meet up with Mr. Nichoti? We met up on my way to the Vista deck. I think Pierce and some of my relatives were on another floor. But Pierce had heard the commotion and came running to my aid. You hear the pandemonium all the way from another floor? Ugh. Sure, have it at. Why not? Yes, please, Your Honor. Very well. Here's how the commotion came raining. Anything about the... I mean, it's... I don't know. I guess if it wasn't flying, it would be that loud. No. Dude, what was he doing in this photo? Looking over here. I think we have anything to disrupt that. Like his hearing or the shift's too loud or anything along those lines.
Hold it!
Did Nichoti come alone? I believe some of his subordinates were with him, but I don't remember exactly how many. They say there were others, but seeing how they pulled that second reception off, I can't completely trust anything he has to say either. I see. So you, Mr. Nichoti, and a few others headed to the Vista deck, is that right? That's right. That's why my name doesn't appear on the whole entry record. Oops. My God.
Hold it!
Press it. Your name doesn't appear on the whole entry record because you entered with Mr. Nichoti using his keycard. That's right. I guess the whole entry record doesn't matter whether we thought. But now that Soren's saying he was with Pierce and a few others, it's pretty tough to refute that statement. What's the matter, Mr. Wright? Cat, you got your tongue? You finally realize there's no point in continuing this trial any longer? Of course not! I'll wipe that smug look off your face. Mr. Sprocket, please continue with your testimony. I was badly injured from being stabbed, but I was frantic.
Hold it!
Speaking of your injury, how are you doing now? The knife wound is deep and continues to throb with pain. Fortunately, my internal organs were spared. Wait, knife wound? But one wrong move would have spilled the infamy there. So I've seen you plug you up and about all over the place since the incident. I'm only following my doctor's orders to perform some daily light exercises. That's right. Would you like Mr. Sprocket's statement about this condition added to his testimony? Yes, please. That appears especially irrelevant to me. But I have him added to his testimony. Yes, Your Honor. I'd like to have it added to his testimony. I see. Very well. The knife wound is quite deep. One continues to throb with pain. Well, we know what to click on or present here. Let's press out the rest of this.
Hold it!
Your injury was really that deep? Luckily, it missed my internal organs. Otherwise, I wouldn't be alive right now. According to his doctor, his injury will take about 3 weeks to heal. There's no way someone with that kind of injury could have gone along outside the outside wall. Ugh. But he might have been able to with the burst of adrenaline brought on by the pain. Humph. Adrenaline. Is that all your answer for everything? You do quite a lot. In a court of law, the only thing that matters is evidence, not rampant speculation. He's admitted scientific rampant speculation. Can I continue? Yes, of course. By the time we reached the scene, it was all over.
Hold it!
But you still insist that you reached the Vista deck after the murder had occurred. Is that correct? Yes, that's right. Alan must have killed him. There's no other explanation. Guess whether Pierce was with Soren or not doesn't really change the outcome. Guess not. In fact, more witnesses actually makes it worse for us. Another cover-up, huh? That Soren has too many secrets. But he's still hiding other things too. That's definitely a possibility. In a situation like this, we have to do what we have to do is go back to the basics. You can go over the testimony and check for any lies or inconsistencies. You got it. All right, Nick, let's go vote for it. All right, so obviously we're gonna point to the knife thing. And weird. I mentioned he was stabbed with this. But like we're all operating under the assumption that he is. Right, well. Yeah, just in case, I thought it would be more definite than that. This is weird because again, the description for items typically always outlines what you need to know about it. Unless you have to examine additional details. You know, like zooming in on something like this. But it wasn't a knife, it was a candelabra.
Objection!
Mr. Sprocket, you just said your injury is a knife wound, didn't you? But the weapon you were stabbed with was this candelabra. In fact, I know you're quite aware of. And he reacted to it when we showed him. Very well, let's move to what I heard directly from Master Soren himself. As you surmised, Master Soren was stabbed by Gloomsbury on the day of the murder. Happened after the first wedding reception. Happy couple was in the reception hall when suddenly Gloomsbury appeared. He attacked Miss Ellen and tried to take her away. Master Soren went to stop him and found himself in a struggle with Gloomsbury. That is when Master Soren was stabbed with the candelabra, he said. It's a knife all of a sudden. Ugh.
Objection!
Must have been a simple memory slip that made him misspeak. It happens to everyone. It has nothing to do with the case. No, candelabra's way too distinct versus a knife. Must be pretty desperate to point out something so minute. I have to agree, Mr. Wright. You hardly need to make such a big deal over such a small mistake. But I contend it's a very important inconsistency. Besides, I couldn't find anything else. This is the only thing we have to go after. I say it's not important. Now, let's not waste any more time on this matter. I agree. Everybody has a little memory lapse every now and then.
Hold it!
But Your Honor, please let me explain. But can you? Can you really explain this to the court? Explain to this court what makes this slip so important. Yes, it can, Your Honor. After all, it was Soren himself who told Pierce that he had been stabbed by a candelabra. This is more than a simple memory slip. There has to be some kind of reason for it. Well, Mr. Wright, please explain why the witness's slip of the tongue is so important. My focus in here is why the witness would mistake the weapon he used to stab him. Think carefully, Phoenix. This could be very well change the course of the trial. See, so why did the witness make that mistake, Mr. Oh my god. Let me try that again. Why did the witness make that mistake, Mr. Wright? Mr. Sprocket identified the wrong weapon used against him because... There's no memory. No. Covering for someone. This is Sprocket. Trying to cover for someone. Oops. He is? Who might that be? Well, Mr. Gloomsbury, maybe? No.
Objection.
What happens when I don't save? Why would Mr. Sprocket try to cover for the man who stabbed him? And regardless of the weapon, the fact remains that Mr. Gloomsbury stabbed the witness. Exactly, Mr. Edgeworth. Yeah, sorry, Nick, but I have to agree. Ugh. Guess that makes sense. I should have gone over the options a little more. Too bad there's no one to cover for you, Mr. Wright. You have to accept this penalty all by your lonesome. I wouldn't mind having someone to cover for me every once in a while. Too bad we got rid of Apollo. Oh well, can't lose heart now. I've got to just keep on trying. This is probably a different the wrong weapon against him because... Well, it's not this. It has to be he has no memory of it. He doesn't remember the incident, let alone the weapon used against him. Not only that, I believe Mr. Sprocket has some sort of memory disorder. Oh, we're going off the very detailed notes. Therefore, the defense contends that Mr. Sprocket's testimony thus far is invalid.
Objection.
I never, ever got that out of it. Like, I thought the part of the notes was just showing that, okay, he really took his sister's death seriously. Not that he had a memory deficiency. Just because you can't find a flaw in his testimony, you want to throw it all out? Your baseless claim is nothing but pure slander of the witness's character. Mr. Edgeworth is correct, Mr. Wright. Can you explain your grounds for making this claim? Of course, Your Honor. Think of what Miss Soren said. Now, how he's behaved. This is more of a clue. Here, let's hear your argument. Oh! I guess it explains the two receptions. Him not just being weird, but having memory issues, so he doesn't actually remember the first reception. I guess they're claiming that Mr. Sprocket has a memory disorder is... Notebook. Notebook he always has with them. Saw daily events and information about the people around him recorded in it. Like a diary, perhaps. No, Your Honor, it's much too detailed to be an ordinary diary. More on the order of a database, actually. A database, you say? That's right. For some reason, Mr. Sprocket is apparently unable to retain memories. That's why he writes every little detail of his life down in his notebook.
Objection.
How could you possibly know that for sure? We couldn't, but he might just be an extremely compulsive person. Yeah, really. I get it's gonna be Phoenix is right, but I completely agree with Edgeworth here. I thought so too myself at first. To be honest, we had accidentally got a stain on that notebook yesterday. Oh, and he didn't notice. But at the time I was wondering if that stain was already there. You mean you got a stain on it? Hey, you're the one who tried to grab it out of my... Oh.
Objection.
Never mind whose fault it was, just get to the point already. Right, sorry. Mr. Sprocket. Let's explain why I was acting oddly, even though we were supposedly going up the wrong alley. With, you know, he was nervous about one way, then he was like nervous about us going another way with how he got to the Vista deck. The page Miss Faye got a stain on yesterday, that's the page with the details on your stabbing on it, isn't it? No, I only write in this notebook because I'm very compulsive. Now drop the subject already. Sorry, but I'm not convinced. That's an odd fact about your notebook, Mr. Sprocket. On the earlier pages, you used to write down invention ideas. But after a certain date, you started writing down a lot more and in much more detail. And don't completely buy that. Trauma can take many forms. I believe your memory disorder stems from what happened on that date. Something so monumental it caused a memory disorder, Mr. Wright. You don't know what you're talking about. Sorry, but I do know what I'm talking about. And this is the proof. This is the thing that caused Mr. Sprocket's memory disorder. I'm always tempted to present the picture of his sister, but no, it's gotta be the actual incident. Newspaper.
Take that!
You were involved in this car accident too, weren't you, Mr. Sprocket? The shock of losing your beloved older sister would cause you to develop your memory disorder. Is this true, Mr. Sprocket? Well, is it? Mr. Sprocket! Ugh. It's true. That accident did something to my mind. What? Ever since that day, every time I go to sleep, I lose my memories. Ooh. When I wake up, the most recent thing I can remember is the day I lost my sister. Ooh, that's gonna be rough. As if I'm constantly going back in time. What? That's truly tragic. Wasn't it? Oh god, that was like an Adam Sandler movie, wasn't it? I think I watched like a long time ago when I was a kid. 51 First Dates, right? Something along those lines. And it's also, you know, Little Groundhog's Day or whatever. Well, no, it's not quite that. It's not Groundhog's Day because then everything actually is the same. Whatever. That's truly tragic. Inconsiderable. Oh my god. Inconsolable time travel goes back in time whenever he goes to sleep. Okay, so he's talking about himself. Besides, time travelers do exist, you know. But you wouldn't understand. But that's what Soren meant. He was talking about himself. Reactions of the people around me each time I woke made me aware of my condition. So I decided to write everything down in my notebook so I could move forward. The only memories you have since that day are the ones written in that notebook. That's right. The page about your stabbing got stained. You couldn't read from it, could you? There's just one more thing I'd like you to clarify for me, Mr. Sprocket. Exactly what are your feelings towards the victim? Sprocket's feelings towards Dumas Gloomsbury. That's right, Your Honor. The witness said that every time he wakes up from his sleep, his mind goes back to the day his sister died. Mr. Wright, you can't mean... Mr. Sprocket! Your pent-up feelings of anger and resentment towards Mr. Gloomsbury for the accident were renewed each and every time you woke, were they not? But he couldn't take it anymore, so he turned to murder, isn't that right? What? Mr. Wright, are you saying that the witness murdered murdered Gloomsbury for revenge? Ugh. Well, Mr. Sprocket? Alright, here she comes. Yeah. Miss Wyatt. Your Honor, I did it. I killed Mr. Gloomsbury. Yeah, I knew it. No! What? Oh, it's not the first time we had a client do this, though. We can push on through. Miss Wyatt, what are you trying to do? Don't tell me you're still thinking of going in that route. Soren is innocent. He can't be found guilty. Take me instead. Ellen, please, try and get a hold of yourself. Guess she really meant it. My Soren didn't do anything wrong. I'm the one who should be convicted. Are you to understand that you're confessing your guilt? No, no, no. Now wait just a minute here. Ellen, why would you cover for me? I testified that I thought you must have killed him. I'll admit I couldn't believe my ears at first. But all I want is for you to be happy. Your happiness is my happiness, Soren. Got a slightly different pose. Without my notebook, I'd even forget those feelings of yours by tomorrow. Knowing that, do you still feel this way? You loved me all this time. Same way you did before the accident. That's how I know that you're the same person I've always loved. No disorder can change that. Ellen. Your Honor, there are two things I'd like to correct. Two corrections? What are they? First of all, I want to withdraw one of my statements. That's right, Dumas was killed by Ellen. Without memories to rely on, I took the police completely at their word. Can't be serious. So that means Soren never really doubted Ellen in the first place, did he, Nick? Ellen really does love Soren with all her heart. In order to save her, still have to go after Soren. I hope you can forgive me, Ellen. What's your other correction, Mr. Sprocket? I talked about convenient memory, or like convenient witnesses leaving out testimony or defendants. At least this is a decent reason for it to be foggy what happened. The truth is, I never felt anger or resentment towards Dumas about my sister. What? Why not? That's because the one who caused the car accident was you. Was me. What? Order in the court. Please continue, Mr. Sprocket. I'm the one who killed my sister. Check my career in future, my father made Dumas take the blame. In exchange for money in the position of lead servant. Ooh boy. So you see, Dumas must have held a grudge against me, not the other way around. He must have attacked Ellen to get his revenge on me. Are you sure about all this, Mr. Sprocket? Very sure. It's all been written down in detail in my notebook. Ooh, that's okay. So, as we introduce this whole fact, we know for a fact someone could tamper with his notebook. That notebook is important evidence supplying background to this case. Let's insist you submit it as evidence. Lawyer said I had turned to murder, but that's just not true. Let's take a look at that notebook. We did give it to... Right, we gave it to Pierce. He could have edited it, then had given it back to him. Alright, well... Weird, because Phoenix and Maya did look through a fair amount, didn't they? But they never noticed that? Well, whatever. However, it is true that my older sister and Dumas are both dead because of me and my negligence. I just glanced through Mr. Sprocket's notebook. I wasn't able to read the part about when he stabbed due to the blood stain. But what's written here is about his sister's car accident is exactly as is stated. Your Honor, as long as it matches what's written in that notebook, can we still take the witness testimony as valid in spite of his memory disorder? Yes, I believe we can. I understand now that the witness's memory is in disarray. But if Mr. Sprocket himself wrote in his notebook is true, and that means by the time Mr. Sprocket's party reached the scene, the victim had already been killed. Edgeworth's right. Still in the same bind as before, but should I really simply accept the contents of the notebook as a substitute for Soren's memory? Well, Mr. Wright, what do you think? We accept Mr. Sprocket's notebook as official representation of his memories? What's notebook as official representation of memories? No. Wait a minute, Your Honor. The defense requests a chance to examine the notebook to see if it's trustworthy. Oh, very well, but be quick about it. Thank you, Your Honor. We're gonna notice something's different. So how should we examine it? We should look at it from all different angles to see if there's anything suspicious. Notebook. Alright, let's open it up. No point if I don't look at what's inside. I have to open it. We've done this 3D thing so few times. Yikes! Oh, it's just a page mine got all stained. I guess it's not going to be very helpful in this moment. I'll keep going. The last page where there's writing. Something about this page doesn't sit right with me. Take a closer look. I mean, the fact that it's ripped? Huh? Page has been torn out. Looks like there was something written on it. Looks like a page has been torn out here. Mr. Sprocket, do you know what was written on it? Oh, that? I often tear out page when I write somebody, I write somebody a note. I probably wrote something down for somebody and tore it out and gave it to them. Yeah, we've seen them tear notes out, or paper out of that. Yeah, exactly like that, actually. Oh yeah, that solves that then.
Objection!
Wait a minute. We can't ignore the possibility that something important was written on that page. But now that the page has been torn out, how can we determine what was written there? Can we use that old pencil trick? Well, let's see. To find out what was written in the notebook, we should... Why am I... When we did get that fingerprint powder, it probably would collect in the indents, right? Get the powder. We haven't used it yet, so that has to be it. Use the fingerprint powder on the notebook. We might be able to see what was written. Yeah, I think I like my pencil. Well, no. Yeah, the pencil trick would work. Fingerprint powder. How would that help us find out what was written there? Well, the writing left indentations on the blank page behind it. Fingerprint powder could make those small indentations visible to the naked eye. Oh, stop. Fingerprint powder would only sully the notebook further. You're right. If you use the powder and still don't find anything, you must accept the notebook as a representation of the witness's memories. All right, Your Honor, I understand. I don't find anything. It's all over anyway. Power, don't fail me now. I need fingerprint powder on the blank page. Find out if we can see what was written on the torn out page. First, I'll apply some fingerprint powder to these pages with space. Oh my god, yes, and below our... Here, should switch to analyze mode, Q. Bam, 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 bam. So much of this to cover. This bottom half, then we'll do the top half. I think that's a fair way to do it. Oh my god, it keeps going. So there's like a little writing at the bottom, so god dig it. There. Whoa. Ooh, well. I struck and killed Dumas. Well, it doesn't get any clearer than that. It says I struck and killed Dumas. This is huge. I struck and killed Dumas. That's what was written on the torn out page. But what? It can't be. I don't believe it. There has to be some kind of mistake. Soren would never, could never. Miss Wyatt. Bailiff, please get the defendant to the infirmary at once. Yeah, we have zero suspicion on the butler, though, Pierce. The only defendant got too worked up and she's resting in the infirmary as we speak. Well, then please continue, Mr. Wright. Yes, Your Honor. This notebook is all Mr. Sprocket has to remember things by. This critical page torn out. Maybe Mr. Sprocket himself knew the truth of what he'd done, but why is it... Okay, so this is a few pages in from the actual murder. Why would this be over here and not, you know, when he was stabbed and everything? I'm the one who killed Dumas. So it wasn't Ellen. Oh, thank goodness. Mr. Sprocket, does this mean you were at the crime scene during the murder after all? I guess I must have been. There's no book updated in the core record. But Mr. Sprocket, do we really believe that that is what's written in this notebook? Also, yeah, the writing's way different than everything else. There's so many red flags here. Nobody touches this notebook but me. When I sleep, it's under lock and key. I don't remember writing that I killed Dumas, but I guess I must have. Well, now that you have a confession, I'm afraid I must render my verdict. Well, Yes, Your Honor, please give your ruling now while Ellen is asleep. I want the woman that I love to be set free as soon as possible. Ellen really does love Ellen after all, doesn't he? Yeah. This is how it ends. But is that how it really went down? Is there really no way for them both to be happy? I know we should consider anything written in the notebook to be the truth, but still, I myself wrote of the crime in my notebook. Whatever proof is necessary. I myself wrote in his notebook. Wait a minute. Very well. I'll give my verdict. Ellen is about to be found not guilty, and Soren will be convicted for the crime instead. Yet, I really read it. No. No. Not when there's still one more avenue left to explore. Okay, yeah. We haven't talked about Pierce at all. Still something that bothers me about that notebook. So we're gonna have to like wrap this up pretty quick, I feel like, if there's not another day investigation. Oh, is there? What are you doing, Mr. Wright? All you have to do is keep quiet and your client's a free woman. I know, but I think there might be more to this case than meets the eye. Not quite sure yet, but I think there still might be a way. Wait for Ellen and Soren to be happy. What do you mean by more than meets the eye, Mr. Wright? I think the question here, Your Honor, should be, why was the incriminating page torn out in the first place? Why to destroy the evidence, I imagine. Well, just don't write it down. But removing it from the notebook is the same as removing it from Mr. Sprocket's memory. Which means he wouldn't have been able to trick the police if he came under suspicion. Now, if he wanted to cover up his crime, he would have to remember that he had done it. Just what are you getting at with this line of inquiry, Mr. Wright? Yes, please explain so we can all understand. Yes, Your Honor. Page was torn out of the notebook because somebody else torn it out. Actually, yeah. The incriminating page was torn out by somebody else. What? And get our point across that it's also probably written by someone else too. Order. They're claiming a third person interfered with the notebook? Not all that surprising if you consider what's happened up until now. Both the car accident and the murder of Dumas Gloomsbury, there was always a cover-up not far behind. Hold up. But I had my notebook with me at all times. Did you? Because I remember you were in a panic yesterday because you couldn't find it. That's true. So who orchestrated this particular cover-up, Mr. Wright? If you think back over the course of the trial, it's pretty easy to guess. Literally the only other person in the case. When I try to tamper with Soren's memory is... the dude, Pierce Chody.
Take that!
One who tampered with the notebook in order to manipulate Mr. Sprocket's memory. Pierce Chody. Pierce tried to tamper with my memories? Pierce was manipulating me? Case in point, the two receptions that were held to cover up the murder, it was Mr. Nachodi who directed the guests and orchestrated the entire scheme. No, it can't be. Which of my memories are mine and which have been rewritten? When did you start rewriting my memories? Who wrote this and this and this? This and this and this and this and this? Oh God. Away he goes. Literally took off. What? Where did he go? Look, Nick, he's coming back down. Did he go through the ceiling or something? My memories. Ellen. Oh. Mr. Sprocket! Bailiff, please get Mr. Sprocket to the infirmary on the double. Sprocket has been taken to the infirmary. We don't have to worry about him running away, so let us resume where we left off. Your Honor, the defense would like to call Pierce Nachodi to the stand.
Objection!
You already know he carried out the cover-up to protect the company and Mr. Sprocket. What more do you want from him? This time it's different. The notebook, or rather Mr. Sprocket's memories, have been tampered with. That means the only other person who knows of the whole truth is now Mr. Nachodi. Don't tell me, are you actually trying to drum up a third suspect in order to exonerate the defendant and her groom? I'm not drumming up anything, nor do I have grounds to accuse him of anything yet. All I know that Mr. Nachodi is the only one who knows the truth. I think he's still hiding something we don't know about yet. Humph. No grounds yet, is it? Well, Mr. Edgeworth, does the prosecution consent to calling the witness to the stand? It does, Your Honor. However, I would like a little time to talk with the witness before we do. Very well, we will break for 20-minute recess. Alright. On a different day, I might call it here. Ooh. No, there can't be that much left. I can go for easily another 2 hours, so we can finish this up. I feel like there's not much left. This is the final break before we finish it. It has to be. I don't want to come back tomorrow and play for like an hour. I'm like, oh, that's it. District Court. Defendant. Although I would like to get some food. I can just worry about it later. Now I'll have to face Pierce on the stand. Not sure if I should be surprised or not. One thing for sure, he won't be an easy adversary. So do you think Pierce did it? Too early to say anything at this point. Do you think he's still hiding something? Nick! Why didn't you pin everything on Soren Loser back there? I think Larry still hasn't given up on Ellen. Pierce guy's the real bad guy. Then Soren and my Ellie will live happily ever after together. Larry, that's not the kind of thing a decent human being says. Shame on you, Larry. Oh, boo-hoo. You think I don't know? I know I have to give up on my Ellie. But Nick, promise me you'll make her happy. She deserves a happily ever after. I'm sure Soren will make her happy once all of this is said and done. Trial's about to resume, Mr. Wright. Alright, you ready, Maya? A very short break. Yep, let's go. I'll be rooting for you, Nick. September 23rd, District Courthouse, courtroom number 6. Court is now back in session. Witness, please take the stand. Hello. I always like showing the feet because you don't get to see them a lot, but they're showing off. Hey, we do model those. Please say your name and occupation. My name is Pierce Nachodi. I'm the Sprocket family butler. Let's get straight to the point, Mr. Nachodi. Someone tore out a page from Mr. Sprocket's notebook to manipulate his memories. And that person was you, wasn't it? That is correct. What about it? Well, that was easy. So why did you do it? Why did you tamper with Mr. Sprocket's notebook? Please allow me to explain. It pains me to do this, but I will tell you the truth. Pains you to. Pains you. That is correct. My testimony will go against Master Soren's wishes. Soren's wishes? What the heck is he talking about? I added the heck for dramatic effect. Why tore out the page? He's just doing, oh, I'm doing it for Soren's sake. I rushed to the Vista deck, but crime had already been committed. Thomas Allen and Gloomsbury collapsed, and Master Soren writing in his notebook. Master Soren said to me, I'll take the blame for the murder, so please take care of Ellen. Okay, there you go. But I went against his order. I tore the page out of his notebook and hid the body. Wait a second, what Mr. Sprocket was writing in his notebook at the time, could it be... It was meant to be a confession and admission that he killed Gloomsbury himself. He wrote that message to take the blame for Miss Wyatt? That is correct. Master Soren did hit Gloomsbury with the timekeeper to save Miss Ellen. Then Mr. Sprocket was the culprit after all. However, that blow did not kill Gloomsbury. That makes sense. Mr. Sprocket's injury wouldn't allow him to put that much force into it. In rage, Gloomsbury tried to attack Mr. Soren, who was already seriously wounded. But just in the nick of time, Miss Ellen hit Gloomsbury from behind and finished him off, as it would seem. The one who inflicted the fatal blow was the defendant. Yes, that is correct. Master Soren tried to take all the blame onto himself. No way! This is pretty bad, Nick. But again, this is justified self-defense, though, right? Like, all this. Like, the whole point early on is because she was hiding the body, potentially, but no. We all know that's BS now. That the only people hiding things were the company, and this butler. Like, it should be justified self-defense, so, oh no, I technically murdered somebody, but I'm not going to jail over it. Pretty bad as an understatement. Well, 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 Mr. Wright, it seems your decision to call for Mr. Nchodi has backfired. The true culprit behind this case remains the defendant, Ellen Wyatt. Arg, could this get any worse? Pierce was involved in the cover-up plot. I bet he still has something to hide. Why I tore out the page. I arrested the Vista deck, but the crime had already been committed.
Hold it!
Wait a minute. I thought you went to the Vista deck with Mr. Sprocket. Actually, that is not true. What? What do you mean? I found this out afterward, but Master Soren went to the Vista deck alone. He went out the escape hatch in the reception hall, went along the outside wall. What? You can't be serious. You mean Mr. Wright's at... Oh my god. Lapated is the second part. Adlapated guess was actually correct. I never heard that word. Yeah, lapated, adlapated guess was actually correct. What's with the adlapated? This real truth really is stranger than fiction. Mr. Nchodi, when you got to the scene, you saw Mr. Gloomsbury, Miss Wyatt, Mr. Sprocket. Is that right? That is exactly right. I saw Miss Ellen and Gloomsbury collapsed and Master Soren writing in his notebook. Oops. Back till finishes typing out.
Hold it!
So when you and your group arrived at the Vista deck, the murder had already been committed? That is correct. Bloomsbury had already been struck. Miss Ellen had lost consciousness, probably from the shock of the incident. How did Mr. Sprocket appear? He was bleeding from the stab wound he received from Mr. Gloomsbury. Barely conscious, he was writing something in his notebook. The serious third person Ellen saw was really, oh my god. The person Ellen saw really was Soren then. Master Soren said to me, I'll take the blame for the murder, so please take care of Ellen.
Hold it!
So Mr. Sprocket wrote a note of confession in order to take the blame for Miss Wyatt. Yes, that notebook is the only form of memory Master Soren has. Do you understand what his action meant, I trust? What did it mean, Nick? Soren, everything in that notebook is true. Soren tried to take the blame, altering his own memory to make himself think he did it. Right, he only ever mentioned that in private. That one time when he was talking to, what was it, Iris? The closest they ever come to saying that out loud. Master Soren truly loves Miss Ellen. Like, he already said he'll love no one, or he's never gonna get married in this court today. Must have been love that made him do that. Also, hey, Strap Streams, welcome. But I went against his order. I tore that page out of his notebook and tried and hid the body.
Hold it!
Mr. Chody, could you please tell this court about that in more detail? That, you say? Which part do you mean, Mr. Wright? Can you be more specific? Oh, alright. What part do I want to know more about? How did you tear out the page? He just says he closely guards it. Why did you go against Mr. Sprocket's order and tear out the page? That is a silly question. As I told you before, disposing of anything that may harm the Sprocket's family reputation is simply a part of my job. Oh right, you did say that beforehand, didn't you? Tear out a page, well, it's not exactly what I was asking, but sure. Or respect Mr. Soren. That was not necessary. I think it's the other one. No, I guess you're not, Your Honor. I'd better be more cautious here. Oh, alright. Very well. Let's go to the other statement. This testimony Pierce. I mean, it's probably the same place he got the rest of it. Mr. Soren made it for him. Wonder how much of it we can actually believe. Yeah, who knows that what parts are true and what parts are more spun tales. Exactly. We can't just stand around mulling it all over. To try and draw information out of him and see if there are any contradictions. Maybe I should have did that other one. Oh, let's see.
Hold it!
We want the hide the body part. Please tell me more about hiding the body, hiding of the body. Very well. Yeah, this looks more correct. After saying he would take the blame, Master Soren passed out. That's when I hid the body. It also reminds me, of course, of that, I don't know if you played Ace Attorney, but there's a character who has kind of a similar vibe going on. Although I like the Great Ace Attorney one more. Had a lot more character to him. I quickly took the lift down to the hold, where I hid Gloomsbury's still warm body in the spare peggable lantern. It was you who hid the body, not the defendant? I think Mr. Butts would move the lantern containing the body to the reception hall. Well, I did not see that coming. I don't blame you. Not even Larry can predict what Larry will do next. Should take another look at the lantern and evidence. Yes, please. Yes, please. Very well. Please add that statement to your testimony, Mr. Cody. Yeah, I guess we have to explain the how the blood got on the thing. In the hall, I hid the still warm body in the spare peggable lantern. Yeah, none of this explains how the blood got there, though. Let's save and press that, shall we? This, right? Yeah, it has to be this.
Objection!
Could it be? Is that what happened? What I'm thinking is true, then maybe I can prove neither Ellen nor Soren did the deed. Mr. Cody, you said the body was still warm when you hit it, correct? So then what if Bloomsbury was still alive when you went to put his body inside the lantern? What? What? That's preposterous. Actually, this shows that the victim might still have been alive when inside the lantern. Huh. Okay, yeah, well, I was wondering how this came together. I guess this is how. I'm afraid to have to point out which part you're talking about, Mr. Wright. Bird shows the victim might have been alive inside the lantern. Yeah, how did he get inside the lantern without putting blood on the outside? I've been wondering that for a long time, but I guess this is how. As you can see, the back end of the lantern is a door. And there's blood on the wheel on the wheel handle. That blood stain must have gotten there when the witness put the body inside the lantern. There's no way it in no way shows the victim drew his last breath while he was within the lantern. I disagree, Mr. Edgeworth, for you see, in putting the lantern back together, the police had inadvertently placed the handle or inside handle on the outside and vice versa. In other words, the wheel handles got swapped. Oh my, so they got swapped. Yes, they got swapped. What I said. What? That's ridiculous. Not at all. If you compare the other male peggable lantern in the reception hall, it's got a brown handle. The bronze. I want to be specific. Quite obvious, the wheel handles were attached backwards. The detective in charge of the restoration will see me in my office later. Sorry, Emma, and good luck. In that case, what does the blood stain on the wheel and handle mean? Bloodstain didn't get there by chance. When the victim was put inside the lantern, he was only unconscious, not dead. When he regained consciousness, he probably tried to get out of the lantern. He grasped the inner wheel handle, and that's when the blood got on it. This proves the victim was still alive when he was inside the lantern. At the time, I was completely convinced Bloomsbury was dead. Had I checked more carefully, he might have survived. Fortunately, to be sure, but not significant enough to change his trial outcome. He wasn't bleeding out, though, so he wasn't on a timer of death. Again, I disagree, Mr. Edgeworth. It actually has a very significant impact on this case. The victim was struck by the defendant, then died from his injuries sometime after. There's nothing more to it.
Objection!
Oh. That's where you're wrong. Does it say... What was the exact saying? Cerebral hemorrhage. I guess I don't know if a cerebral hemorrhage is something that can be delayed. Like have a delayed effect, like you can suffer it, be alive for a while, then die later. Let's take another look at the Bloomsbury's autopsy report, shall we? So I guess they're going to clarify that now. Please focus on the description of his injuries. It says 1 contusion was found on the back of the head and 1 on the side. Yes, the one Mr. Sprocky gave him and the one Miss White delivered to finish him off. No, the defense would like to submit a different interpretation. Different interpretation? Victim was knocked unconscious by the first blow and then was put into the lantern. Then what about the lethal blow by the defendant that the witness talked about? Yes, well, that didn't happen. After some time, when the victim regained consciousness and tried to get out of the lantern, that's when he received the second blow that finished him off. Taking into account the fact that the victim was alive for a period after the first hit, and that he did receive a second blow to the head, does seem entirely possible. Yes, as long as the first blow didn't kill the victim instantly. And there's a possibility that someone other than Mr. Sprocket or Mr. Wyatt or Mrs. Wyatt delivered that final blow, the fatal blow.
Objection!
That's all you've got. Even if there was a time lag between the two blows, prosecution's position doesn't change. What? What do you mean? It's elementary. Do it right, Mr. Wright. After the reception, when the defendant was cleaning up the reception hall, the victim, who was supposed to be dead, suddenly came out of his lantern. The defendant grabbed the murder weapon, which was right there, and finished him off. That theory sounds awfully familiar. It would come all the way back around. Of course it does, Your Honor, because it's exactly what I proposed at the very start. The second blow was inflicted by the defendant after all. See, seems a tangle of mysteries has unraveled into a single thread. Oh yeah, and I made a big deal about the thing being covered in blood, but no, there just is no blood.
Objection!
But as long as there's a possibility the fatal blow was delivered by a third person, we must continue the deliberations. Give it up, Mr. Wright, unless you have something to prove the presence of your precious third person. Okay, Nick, just relax. You can do this. Come on now, take some deep breaths. Idiot, deep breaths. Deep breaths. There, don't you feel better already? Maya's right. You should calm down and get my focus back and go over everything again. Hopefully, I'll be able to find something to prove there was a third person. Let's see. Firstly, why did Mr. Bloomsbury attack Ellen? Because he was tired of taking the blame for the accident. But something about that line of reasoning just doesn't feel quite right to me. No? How come? Well, if it's just a personal vendetta, he had already stabbed Soren. But why then was he so determined to go after Ellen? You're right, this whole thing feels too premeditated for a crime of passion. Bloomsbury didn't seem to have a personal grudge against Ellen. If Bloomsbury didn't have a personal reason to attack Ellen, then... You've taken long enough, Mr. Wright. Now it's time for some action. Or proof you have that the third person was involved. So, we have the note. And like this whole thing, Now I really, so early on, I thought the motivation was, okay, Pierce loves Selena. That's why he has the watch. And now that Soren is responsible for death, it kind of makes sense why Soren doesn't, Pierce didn't like Soren and might want to kill him. But a bigger reason now, and they kind of hinted at it with how fast Pierce is advancing up the, I guess the, what am I saying? Advancing up the ladder at the Sprocket household. He was probably trying to get Soren in a position of power because he knew he can manipulate his memories, keep him, like, get him a lot of things maybe, or it could still just because he loved his sister. We'll see. How about do you have that the third person was involved? All right, again, I'm gonna be both either too. All right, I'll show you. I'm not completely sure of what I'm doing yet, but it looks like I'm out of time. Although it looks like he's only gotten his hands on the journal this one time, maybe. I guess we don't definitively know that. Just as right now, that's the only thing. The only thing we know is fishy is his last message. Nothing else in his notebook. This piece of evidence proves the involvement of a third person. Okay. I have no idea. Oh, we haven't used this. No. No, I think we're done with this. No. Oh, this.
Take that!
Get it now. Now I see why this note bothered me so much when I first saw it. Right, I forgot. We had to present this. It looks like a note outlining the murder plot. That note was apparently written by the victim. Why would he feel the need to write instructions to himself like this? Your Honor, please take a look at this note. This is the victim's murder plan, right? Definitely a murder plan, but what if Mr. Gloomsbury didn't write this note himself? What? I mean, it's pretty weird to write a murder plan to yourself like it's a grocery list or something. Is this how you intend to conjure up your mysterious third party, Mr. Wright? Can you even prove that note wasn't written by the victim? Yes. Yes, I can. Very well then, please present your evidence, Mr. Wright. This evidence proves the victim didn't write the note. The right-handed person. So this. I'm gonna left hand.
Take that!
This is the weapon that Gloomsbury used to stab Mr. Sprocket. I was wondering what you pull out this time. Dare I ask what that could possibly have to do with the note? Mr. Gloomsbury prints were found on his candelabra. And the prints on from his left hand. Excuse me. You can tell I'm going late. I'm starting to fail at talking like a basic human being. That makes the victim left-handed, correct? We're just gonna take it a little slower. Exactly, Your Honor. The police looked into it too and confirmed as much. Now, take a look at the smudged writing in this note. Notice that the smudging only starts from the middle of each preceding line. Had this been written by a lefty, the writing would be smudged from a far left end. This means that whoever wrote this note was definitely right-handed. In other words, somebody other than the victim wrote this note. What? If someone other than Mr. Gloomsbury wrote it, then what does this note mean? Mr. Gloomsbury followed this note to the letter when he attacked Miss Wyatt. So clearly, this note isn't a murder plan written by Mr. Gloomsbury, but rather, these are instructions to kill Miss Wyatt issued by somebody else.
Objection!
It wasn't the victim who wrote these so-called instructions. And who wrote it? Most of the people involved are right-handed, you know. He is correct. The majority of the family and their employers who were on the airship are indeed right-handed. I must say, that is a very rough and slipshod conjecture you proposed. Ugh. I mean, I haven't figured out who wrote it just yet. Leave it to Mr. Edgeworth to go for the jugular. Hopper who ordered Gloomsbury to attack Ellen. What could their motive have been? It seems very likely Ellen did anything to incur anybody's wrath, right? Right. Not too likely, anyway. In that case, it has to be about Soren. If nobody were to hold a grudge against Soren, what would it be about? That accident, I guess. I understand Gloomsbury felt resentful about having to take the blame. The one who lost the most in that accident was Soren's sister. She lost her life, after all. Soren suffered too, of course. He was crushed by losing somebody so precious to him. Somebody precious, huh? Soren's sister. Wait, there's one more person. Somebody else who must hold a grudge against Soren. Did you figure something out? I think so. I think it's somebody else used Gloomsbury to try and get revenge against Soren. How did Gloomsbury go with it, though? Did you say somebody tried to get revenge against Mr. Sprocket, Mr. Wright? The person who manipulated and used Mr. Gloomsbury was his fiancée. The person who used Mr. Gloomsbury to try and get the revenge on Mr. Sprocket and then finished Mr. Gloomsbury off to silence him was the man dear to Miss Sprocket's older sister, Selena Sprocket's fiancée. Not that I'm positive, not that I'm not positive, but it's certainly possible. This fiancé could have made Gloomsbury attack Ellen to get his revenge on Soren. A what? Her fiancé? What I'll call it now. Excuse me. Order in the court, order, I say. Yes, it does seem quite believable that Miss Selena Sprocket's fiancé would bear a grudge against Mr. Sprocket for his role in the accident. Exactly, Your Honor. Maybe your fiancé was trying to murder Miss Wyatt in order to make Mr. Sprocket experience the same pain he felt.
Objection!
Mr. Sprocket's fiancé was a surgeon, if memory serves. The other people who attended the reception were family and staff members. That may be, but then that just means that Mr. Sprocket's fiancé must have been among those who attended. What? Really? Of course, otherwise, how could he have killed Bloomsbury? Oh, I see what you're doing. It's just another giant bluff, isn't it? Alright, I'll bite. Who exactly do you claim is this fiancé to be? Yes, I would like to know as well. You sure you're gonna be okay, Nick? Maybe? If there's the suspicious people, there's only one person on my list. Need to find something that connects him to Selena. This will identify Mr. Sprocket's fiancé. Now we finally get to the picture.
Take that!
Please take a look at this photo, Your Honor. Photo. Stole it from the house. Notice Mr. Sprocket's pocket watch. Haven't we seen Mrs. Sprocket's? Haven't we seen it somewhere before? Oh, I didn't even have to point it out. Yes, now that you mention it, I do feel as if I've seen it somewhere before. Hey, Pierce, do you happen to have the time for me? We've all seen it. Right here in this very courtroom. Oh, impossible. That's right, the pocket watch in this photo the same pocket watch Mr. Nachodi has on him right now. Well, what? This is clear proof of a strong connection between Pierce Nachodi and Selena Sprocket. No. Actually, it doesn't necessarily mean that. They could have just given it to him. Like, obviously Selena's not using it anymore. Well, Mr. Nachodi, is this true? Mr. Nachodi, you were once engaged with Selena Sprocket. That pocket watch, you keep it as a memento of her, do you? Don't you? I guess the fact that Ellen looks like her sister doesn't mean anything. Well, it might be a minor detail, but it's not going to be like a large plot point for the case. Mr. Nachodi, you plan to rob Mr. Sprocket of his loved one, make him feel the same pain as you. Isn't that right? But Mr. Sprocket managed to fight back and knocked Mr. Gloomsbury unconscious. He thought Mr. Gloomsbury was dead and hid his body in the lantern. But then you notice Mr. Gloomsbury regained consciousness. and so you finished him off to prevent your plan from being exposed. This is a defense take on what really happened in this murder case. Right, does this mean you officially accused this witness of murdering the murder of Dumas Gooseberry? Does the defense accuse Mr. Nochoti of the murder? I accuse. How would I not? Defense indicts Mr. Nochoti on the charge of murdering Dumas Gloomsbury. Oh my! Mr. Nochoti, would you care to respond? Man, this lawyer just yaps on and on and on. As you guessed, this watch is a memento of Selena. Stop working at the time of the accident, though. And you really are. Yes, I was Selena's fiance, and not just her fiance, but the surgeon beside her deathbed.
Objection!
Mr. Nochoti, why didn't you tell me of any of this before? Shut it, you useless prosecutor. Whoa! I thought you could be of use, but apparently this case was too much for you. What did you say? Your office hadn't stuck its nose all up in this. I could have swept it under the rug. Not only did you interfere with the case, but you even let me fall under suspicion. That's because you kept trying to cover things up on the sly. Ugh. But covering things up wasn't your only involvement. The only person who had motive to use the victim to try and kill Miss Wyatt was you. Ugh. Oh wow, are we getting straight to the breakdown? Ooh, no. Get the transformation. Malignant tumors. There are malignant tumors in this courtroom. Lesions oozing with false charges. The tumors are one idiotic lawyer and one useless prosecutor. After the truth is real, I'll have both of you sides from the legal world. I'd like to see you try. The power of the Sprocket family, it'd be a cinch. God. I'll now begin the operation. What in the world happened to Mr. Nochoti? I think he's finally showing his true colors. Hey, look what he did to that shoulder mech. Quit your yapping before I suture your chatty lips shut. Like he's a completely different person. Sure looks like it, huh? We can't let our guards down now. Mr. Nochoti, it's finally time for you to testify to the truth. Because we're entering the final act at last. Witness, your testimony, please. Yeah. I guess he's getting to defend himself, but he's like the only person who could order that guy around. And we know he had, like, the note indicates a third person. I don't know how he gets off this, really. Right to remain silent. He's just not gonna say anything. And sure, I guess. There's no way we think he's innocent, though. No way we let all this slide when so much of it lines up with him. Mr. Nochoti, why didn't you say anything? Hack! He just took a picture of me, or something. Oh, this eye reminds me for the Reaverbots from Mega Man Legends. So put that out there. You want me to you want me to voluntarily testify, hoping I will make a slip of the tongue. Also, hey, Phoenix's hair is part of his. Oh my god. Those aren't. It's not a hairstyle. It's part of his bones. Not a very impressive plan, or brain, might I add. Ow, that was uncalled for. Mr. Edworth, I want to see his. You want to know something? You asked the question. I will answer, but I have no intention of making any voluntary statements of my own. Ugh. What's he trying to do, Nick? Using the silent treatment as a strategy to avoid getting tripped up. Clever guy. No more lies, Mr. Nochoti. You will tell us nothing but the truth from now on. Dog! What do you think you're doing? The ascot part of his bone, too? Yeah, nah. I won't ask you to speak. Just keep quiet over there and play with your frills. Yes, if they're appearing here, I guess they have to be, right? I mean, don't you normally... Well... How dare you? Well, this is a rather unconventional situation, but please proceed, Mr. Wright. Yes, Your Honor. Huh. Right to remain silent. Get 3 different statements. Which one should we choose? Alright, well.
Hold it!
You won't speak voluntarily, and I guess I'll have to ask him something. What question should I ask? Like, he's not gonna answer this, obviously. Grudge against Soren. He admitted to being the doctor and kind of admitted to the grudge. Doesn't necessarily mean he couldn't Gloomberry. Actions on the day of crime might be interesting, just to catch him like, oh, this is unrelated. I'll just answer this. Let's do this one. On the day of the incident, you were constantly surrounded by your subordinates. Is that right? Absolutely. I was in someone's line of sight at all times. After all, I was busy taking care of every detail of the event. Mr. Edgeworth, I believe your investigation backs up my claim. Humph. I got statements that said groups of his subordinates worked with him in rotation. It was always with someone. The prosecutor just said I couldn't even get close to the lantern containing Bloomsbury by myself, let alone kill him. Pierce didn't even have a chance to get close to the victim alone, huh? I mean, it's better than nothing. Yes, Your Honor. I'd like to have that statement added to his testimony. Very well. You press him again on it?
Hold it!
So, you were always in someone's line of sight. Surrounded by family members and staff as we prepared the reception for the reception. During the reception, I was stationed behind Sweetheart table to attend to the couple. What could I have possibly committed murder? Not buying it. It appears as the true killer, and there must have been some time when he was out of everyone's sight. Are we really gonna go with the fog? Ooh, it could be then. That's so bold, though. What do you think, Nick? Is there a chance that it's there? As long as we have some kind of testimony from him, there has to be. Compare his testimony against the evidence and finding consistency. So, since the very beginning, I noticed that he was looking to the right, and that's always been where the body is. Oh, that's the heavy fog there. You can't see the machine. Everyone's looking at the bride and groom. It's bold, though. It's very bold. That's murdering in a room like dozens and dozens of people. It's possible, but it's very tight and go very wrong. But this indicates he's looking over here. I mean, he might notice the body getting, like the guy getting out of the thing, and it would be perfectly obscured by this. But that's very tight. Exactly, this is it. I have to do this right. What happens if I... Okay, so we know it's probably that. What if I press this?
Hold it!
We'll speak voluntarily. Ask for something. Grudge against Soren. Will you talk about this? You've been nursing a grudge against Mr. Sprocket over the loss of your fiance. Isn't that right? I'd be lying if I said I felt no resentment whatsoever. Master Soren didn't cause that accident on purpose. Master Soren himself has suffered greatly. But he quit being a surgeon and found a way to get even closer to Mr. Sprocket. Wasn't that so you can carry out your revenge on him? Don't insult me. Supporting Master Soren and Sprocket Aviation with my life's work. My penance for not being able to save Selena. This is how I honor her. This is your devotion as both a fiance and a surgeon. Statement breaks my heart. Never thought of exacting revenge on Master Soren. Never thought of it, huh? Probably take that with a pound of salt. Never thought of it? Is there anything that would indicate he thought of it? I doubt it. Mechanism. I wonder what that is. Might be relevant to getting like definitive evidence on him. No, I don't think we can prove that. Let's go with my original plan. It's not, Your Honor. On second thought, I have to get some kind of testimony out of him, don't I? Okay, just out of curiosity.
Hold it.
Oops. Oops, whoops, 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 whoops. Right. Probably pressing that the one accusing him directly. Reason for killing Gloomsbury. Isn't it true that when Mr. Gloomsbury regained consciousness inside the lantern, you murdered him in order to silence him? He's not gonna say anything. He was an excellent employee, very loyal to me. Gloomsbury was my right-hand man. I'm surprised he's talking. I'd suffer the most from losing him. You really think I'd kill a guy just like that? A guy like that? That would make sense only if you were innocent. But since your goal was revenge, you don't really have to care about something like that. But I am innocent, I tell you. Just look at me. Don't try to force your conjectures onto me. Ugh. Without decisive evidence, I can't pursue this line of questioning any further. No. Alright. No, thank you, Your Honor. We're gonna tread cautiously here. Alright. It's gotta be this one. It's gotta be this. This is... So confident. Save. Alright. Go for it. Here it is.
Objection!
And there it is. Mr. Nichoti testifies he was always with someone at the time of the incident. Never had a moment alone to commit the crime. Yes, and the police investigation backs up that statement now, doesn't it? There was an opportunity, in fact, one and only one. A moment when Mr. Nichoti could have killed Mr. Gloomsbury without anyone noticing. What? The one thing that made that moment possible, shown in this photograph. With all those people watching, I couldn't possibly have committed murder. I cannot believe him, Your Honor. This lawyer is a malignant tumor. He wants to infect this judicial body with oh my god, accusations. Mr. Nichoti, I would ask that you keep quiet this time. We need to evaluate the defense's claim. Your yammering only serves to throw further suspicion your way. Yuck. Mr. Wright, let's see this one thing you mentioned. But be warned. He said, better not be one of your offhanded claims. Who do you think you're talking to, Mr. Edgeworth? Very well, Mr. Wright. Please point out for us the one thing that made this moment of the murder possible. That one moment when it was possible for Mr. Nichoti to kill Mr. Gloomsbury. One thing that made it single moment possible is this. I mean, it's either the fog or it's the happy couple. To me, it's a combination of both. The fog covering it and everyone's attention being drawn to these guys. Assuming it's the... I think the fog's the bigger player here, though. Like, it's a combination of both. To me, it's a combination of both. One thing that made it the moment of the murder possible is this thick mood fog that engulfed the... Oh my god, let's get that a little fast. Mood fog that engulfed the entire reception hall. It's under the cover of this fog. Mr. Nichoti murdered the victim. What? Ooh, you can even see those tents. Nichoti was standing right next to the lantern that Mr. Gloomsbury was in. This is the only moment the murder could have been committed without being seen.
Objection!
I can accept that there was a moment when the witness was obscured for others by fog, but that doesn't prove that Chody killed the victim at that very moment. Can't prove the crime was committed during the reception. The trial ends here. Ugh. So caught up in finding a foothold that I forgot to think that far ahead. Well done, Mr. Edgeworth. It's time to call this trial the time of death. Well, Mr. Wright, can you prove the murder happened during the reception? Don't even bother. His claim is dead on arrival. Victor's in your grasp, prosecutor. Please, shut up. Quiet, witness. I have no interest in victory. All I care about is the truth. One that we can only arrive at through the further deliberation. Edgeworth. Enough of this, Your Honor. This trial is over. No, Mr. Chody, that is for me to decide. Mr. Wright, can you prove it? Can you prove that the murder was committed during the wedding reception? Why is there no verdict? Lawyer's obviously out of answers. Prosecutor, the judge, they're all infected. Look at stupidity is so advanced, not even the best surgeons could save them. In fact, not even the brain transplant could cure them. Of course, infected with idiocy. It's a pandemic.
Objection!
Mr. Chody, that is enough already. Finally ready to give up, are you? No, just the opposite, actually. I'll prove the murder was committed during the reception by you. Ugh. You'll prove it? Can you really, Mr. Wright? Yes, I can, Mr. Honor. Yes, I don't know exactly how I'll do it just yet. I want to get to the truth Edgeworth was talking about. I'll find that way. Thinking maybe it's the flowers they were thrown while, like, we never like established that they were thrown ever, but they mentioned it when we were in the hold. Maybe they're being thrown out while, no, there's none in the picture though. They were being thrown out while this was happening. You'd see it in the picture, right? But they're nowhere, absolutely nowhere. Very well, Mr. Wright, let's have your proof. Enough of this foolishness, he's bluffing. Stop him from speaking, Your Honor. We'll do nothing of the sort. You're just distracted. You're just a district court judge. The power of the Sprocket family, enough of your foolishness, Mr. Chody. This judicial body will not succumb to the influence of money or power. Fuck. Now then, let us hear it, Mr. Wright. Let us hear your truth. Think, Phoenix, remember everything you've learned so far. You can do this. You can find the definitive evidence that will lead you to the truth. Hey, Zycat. Looks like you've shown up right at the end. This always happens at the end. Think, Phoenix. How can I prove the murder took place during the wedding reception? If he's committed the murder during the wedding reception, then he had to have used shoulder mech. No, the murder weapon. Use the murder weapon. I guess it's the key? Key we found? I don't know how that relates though. Yes, the weapon that was used to strike the victim twice. According to the autopsy, the victim was hit with the same object both times. Without a doubt, Pierce used it to commit the murder. The weapon used to kill Bloomsbury was the timekeeper. Yeah, this is all stuff we very well know. Pierce struck the victim during that one single moment, then he must have used the timekeeper. Come to think it wasn't also used for something else during reception? Yeah, so the timekeeper was also used for... Let's say... Secret mechanism. Ooh, does it have the flowers in it? Key of love. First startup of love. Maybe it has the flowers inside of it. Timekeeper had been activated. The timekeeper had activated during the reception. Activate the timekeeper now and find any trace evidence of the murder that would conclusively prove that the Gloomsbury was killed during the reception. Okay, we're just gonna hope there's evidence in it somehow. Special ceremony took place during the reception in question. What kind of special ceremony? It was called the first startup of love. Apparently the couple activated the timekeeper for the first time during it. Does that mean the timekeeper here in the evidence isn't activated at the moment? What would happen if we were to activate it? Why don't we see for ourselves? It would give us a chance to examine it. While we're at it, You just might find some conclusive evidence. What? No, you can't activate it. Mr. Nakudi, keep quiet or I'll have you thrown out of court. Ugh. By the way, Mr. Wright, this is supposed to be a time machine, right? Are we all just gonna travel back in time to the Stone Age or anything, are we? No, we're not, Judge. I don't think we have to worry too much about that, Your Honor. Still a little nervous nonetheless, but the truth must be known. Very well, go ahead and start up the timekeeper. Do you know how, Nick? I think so, maybe? The bride and groom each had a symbol of their love, and when they put them together, how romantic it was. Let's see, I think the symbol of the groom's love must be the timekeeper itself. The symbol of the bride's love would fit together with the timekeeper. Oh, I know. This be it. Right. Ready to activate the time machine now? Yes, Your Honor. Activating the timekeeper is... E.
Take that!
Oh. Oh, it's the gear. Oops, never mind. Set a place where? It doesn't look like it fits anywhere. You don't think so? Not even if we kind of jammed it in? Mr. Wright, you know what's coming, don't you? A penalty, Your Honor. Glad you understand. That will save us some time. Oops, I thought it was the bride's... Okay. No, I thought it was meant what the bride gave to the groom, not it's what the bride had. No, because obviously it's the gear then. Symbol of the bride's love. Yeah, the bride's love is what you give to someone else, but no, it's this.
Take that!
This is why it's pendant. It's a symbol of the bride's love that's necessary for activating the time. Yeah, I thought she got that from the groom, which is what I thought was like, oh, that would be the groom's love then. But this means you can start up with this is why it's pendant. I believe so, Your Honor. Very well, please try it now, Mr. Wright. Okay, here we go. First, I have to figure out where the pendant goes. Oh, well, it looks like it goes right here, Phoenix. Damn it. This hole looks like a good spot. I'll try setting the pendant here. Whoop. Fits. That must be the right spot. I have to find a place to insert the key. Front, top, back. Actually, do I just put it right in the thing? Yeah, it goes right in it, doesn't it? This hole in the middle of the pendant. Could this be it? Choice. Oh, wow. It worked. The timekeeper's been activated. All they did is find proof that the crime was committed during the reception. Weird. I thought... I mean, where could the murder proof be at? So I guess, okay, the explanation is as long as she has the gear around his neck, or her neck, it couldn't have been any other time, right? She doesn't have it here. But she had it when she was caught, she had it when the thing, that had to be when she doesn't have it around her neck, and it's here. This is the time. Yeah. Just this again. I think I found it. We have conclusive evidence that murder was committed during the wedding reception. But also, yeah, there's blood on it. I always thought it was odd there's no blood. Just as I suspected, there's evidence of murder inside the timekeeper's Mr. Machodi. Timekeeper was only activated and opened during the wedding reception, right? No! Stop! So that means it's conclusive proof that the crime was committed during the reception. After you killed the victim under the cover of fog, you closed the timekeeper to hide the bloodstain, didn't you? We're gonna have to present it again? It's getting updated. No! You're wrong! Alan killed Bloomsbury! It wasn't me, I tell you!
Objection!
Give it up, Mr. Nachodi. How could the defendant, who was in the middle of pledging your love, have possibly committed the murder with everyone watching her? It was the family. Yes, all the family members conspired to kill together to kill him.
Objection!
That's okay. He's getting really desperate. There's no way you can talk your way out of this, Mr. Nachodi. During reception, during that one dreamlike moment, only one person could have used the timekeeper to beat the victim to death. And that one person was you, Pierce Nachodi. Pierce no buddy? I don't know. Whatever. He's dead now. It doesn't matter. Nyag! Ah. No, this isn't over yet. I won't give up. Oh no, I cut the artery. This stupid thing. Let's stop the bleeding now. Give me forceps. Forceps, I said. Hey, where is everyone? Fine, I'll manage this alone. I'll do it all by myself. I can fix anything, repair anything. You have to get better. You have to live. You must. I would have been able to save her. Only I hadn't listened to her. Only I had treated her first. Only that Soren hadn't been there. Ugh. Selena. That was a better one of the reactions or breakdowns. Witness, are you finally ready to tell us the truth? Just as the lawyer deduced. It was all a revenge scheme against Soren Sprocket. You have any idea how hard it is to lose someone you love? Right in front of you. Lena's condition was clearly more critical than a Soren's, but in spite of that, he said, I don't need an ambulance, this guy's a doctor, we're good. He can operate himself if need be. Please help Soren. Sprocket's last words. That's what she really meant by those words. Able to grant her wish, but at the price of her life. Get a job with the Sprocket Aviation and waited for your chance to get revenge. Get close to Mr. Gloomsbury and hatch this plot, is that right? Gloomsbury already bore a grudge against Soren. When I tempted him with an even better position, he immediately took the bait. He was your accomplice, someone who shared the same goal as you. Why was it necessary for you to kill him? I didn't expect Soren to strike Gloomsbury out on the Vista deck. I'd certainly never imagined he'd make his way there along the outside wall. His love is the real deal after all. My plan had been compromised, so for the time being, I hid his body in the lantern. Tried to think of my next move. Then Mr. Gloomsbury came to during the second wedding reception. As soon as I saw Gloomsbury, I instantly hit upon an idea. Pin the blame of Gloomsbury murder on Ellen. Tried to break up the couple by making the bride out to be a murderer. How despicable. Soren was getting the company and a wedding. Both things that were supposed to be Selena's. He took every happiness from her. Who's the despicable one here? You think what you did would really make her happy? I know it wouldn't. But I couldn't just stand by and watching Soren enjoy his happiness. I was going to have Soren taste the same pain I had, and then take over Sprocket Aviation. I would take back from him all of the happiness that was rightfully Selena's. Time stopped for me the day I lost her. Just like this pocket watch of hers. Pierce. Miss Wyatt? I believe Selena would have said, leave this ill will behind. Your time is yours to live. It's too late for me. Time will never advance for me ever again. What? Can't be. Well, ain't that sappy? I see now, Selena. What I did was wrong. I see no further need to continue this trial. Bailiff, please take Mr. Nachodi away. Another inconsolable time traveler who lived in a time that stood still. Now then, I must surrender my verdict regarding the defendant. Hello. Your Honor, before you give your ruling, would you please allow me a moment? Very well. Ellen, there's something I need to say to you. Yes, Soren? I put you through something truly horrible. This whole thing happened all because of me. I would understand if you wanted to call off our marriage. What? Of course not. I've never once thought that. Stay with me. You'll only face even more trying times in the future. What do you mean? The truth of this incident, the car accident before it, I'm going to tell the public everything. I expect the company's reputation will suffer, and I'll take a lot of criticism. Alright, ladies, we're about to wrap up here too. The final case, so not much longer, but if you gotta go, you gotta go. But I feel I can only really start over once I get everything out in the open. Soren. After all that's happened, I might not have the right to ask you this, but... Well, how should I say this? Maybe I'll just... Life with me probably won't be very easy, but... Will you marry me? Yes, of course. Hey, you got two of them. Your Honor, thank you for this time. Please continue with your ruling. Very well, but first I have one question. Do you pledge your eternal love for each other to the goddess of justice, Themis? Wait, what? I do, Your Honor. I do. The prosecution or defense have any objections? Well done, Your Honor. No objections here. Defense has no objections either, Your Honor. I don't know if judges can do this. Court finds the defendant Ellen Wyatt. That's not right. Court finds the defendant Ellen Sprocket not guilty. Ooh, confetti! Roll those two things into one. Court is adjourned. Nice ending, I guess. 1:36 a.m. District Court, Defendant Lobby number 3. Okay, there we go. Ellen, Soren, congratulations. You're right, I can't thank you enough. You had to expose the truth. Soren and I wouldn't. But now you can finally start your new life together, right? Oh, thank you! Mr. Wright, we'll be holding our real wedding ceremony in the near future. Would you do us the honor of coming to it? I want you to witness our fresh start. Of course, I wouldn't miss it for the world. Ellen, this time I will finally be happily ever after, right? Oh yes! Two of you have persevered and overcome this trial together. And no matter what obstacles come your way, I'm sure you'll be able to handle them. There's another thing I'm sure of too. This person will always be watching over the two of you. Hey, bring it together.
Take that!
Selena, yes, I think you're right. You promised to live life to the fullest, for Selena's sake too. Right, Soren? That's right. Well, we better be on our way. Yes, my love. That hair thing never came up, I guess. Oh, the old threshold carry, huh? Way to show off. We'll be seeing you. Goodbye for now. Been looking forward to that wedding. Hold on tight, Ellen. You better believe I will. I'm never letting go of you. letting you go. And away, just right through the ceiling. And all the stuff comes down. There they go. You're not thinking of going to that wedding by yourself, are you, boss? Hey, you two. You're taking us too, right? Oh boy, I bet there's gonna be all kinds of fancy food there. Dana, when did you get here? Just now. I would have been here cheering for you guys on earlier, but Lucy never gave me a chance to slip away. I'm gonna be in even bigger trouble with her later. Speaking of the wedding, maybe I should ask them to invite Edgeworth. Mr. Edgeworth, really? I thought Ellen was guilty all the way to the end, but he thought Ellen was guilty all the way to the end. That may be true, but don't even bother. His claim is dead on reliable. Victor can get brass prosecutor. Quiet witness. I have no interest in victory. I care about the truth. One that we can only arrive through further deliberation. If he hadn't stood up for us when he did, the trial probably would have ended there. He, Mr. Edgeworth, gave us that chance? Maybe. But knowing him, I doubt he'd ever tell, even if I asked. Well, if that's how you feel about it, Nick, then why not try get him invited? Hey, Maya, you ever try to catch the bouquet? What? No. I never have either. Fighting over a bouquet, that's been tossed by the bride. Talking about a fierce competition. I'm totally stoked. Not sure it's really supposed to be all that competitive. Pretty good jumper, so I think I've got a chance. Definitely missing the point of the whole thing. Larry, how did you manage to stay so quiet for so long? Shut up! Wishing the lady you fell in love with every happiness is what a real man does. Pretty sure that relationship was over before it began, Larry. Yeah, if only it was 10 years younger, things would have gone differently. Hands off time. Why wouldn't you turn back for me? Did they all get together and have food like they said they were? December, I don't know how long it's been. 20 AM. Been a different day though. Dark, boring dock. Today's Ellen Soren's third wedding ceremony and reception. I heard the bride and groom insisted it be on the Flying Chapel again. In the end, they were nice enough to invite me and Maya. Nina kind of invited herself. I also invited Edgeworth, Emma, and even Larry. Say third time's the charm, right? Really do hope it's happily ever after for them this time around. Well, I get the feeling it's going to be a one rowdy party. Get like special credit.
When you are. Okay.
We're on the right.
Here we go.
Oh, it's Emma, right? Looks very different to me.
Huh?
Oh, hey! Look who's next!
Not the.
Get back! Haven't you ever heard of Lady Ruth?
I'm truly blessed to have you.
That's nice. Huh. Well, that's gonna be it then. The apologist declares test for us. Oh, what the heck? What's special with music and background settings? That's really commemorative. Yeah, so obviously there's more on Spirit of Justice, or well, more for the Apollo Justice collection, but that's what we're doing. That was very enjoyable. Yeah, I definitively put this above Dual Destinies, but that's not really saying much. I'd have to really think about it again. I think the biggest thing holding back Spirit of Justice is the prosecutor, unfortunately. He's just not super interesting. I feel like the cases themselves don't have a lot of twists and turns. Some of them do, some of them don't. I think 2 had some distant twists and turns. I didn't immediately expect the producer, although, you know, as I went along, I expected more. They definitely shift the blame on the Rabbit Girls initially. This one was obvious. You saw the killer. This one was interesting, actually. There was a lot of twists and turns with case 3. I really like case 3. That's probably second to the 5th case. Or, yeah, 5th case. 4 was a lot of fun. I guess it was decent. I mean, it did flip around a decent amount. You didn't know if it was gonna be that fourth personality or, well, clown, I guess. Although I kind of suspected clown because there's weird details they brought up but never brought up like from most of the trial. And like, oh, when those two were lingering, like, okay, we have to get back to her at some point. We're not gonna get back to her until it's like the killer. So, eh. But overall, I really enjoyed this. So that's gonna be it for Ace Attorney for now. Probably not. I have another visual novel on the docket, which is Danganronpa 3. The weird thing where I play the first game I play on my channel is the third game in a series. I did that with Mega Man Battle Network. Doing it with this. I'm gonna do it with Danganronpa 3. I haven't played Dark Souls 3 yet either. That's something else. Just a weird thing going on with me. But we're gonna get to that later. I need a break. I think what the next game is gonna be a little more action oriented. Probably gonna be trying out Hollow Knight. Never played the game. I'll talk more about why I'm playing it now when I get to that. But yeah, so if you want to see that, I might take a break tomorrow. I don't know. Let's see how I feel tomorrow. But otherwise, that's gonna be our next game. I'm gonna be playing that till probably Unicorn Overlord comes out. I think it's gonna take that long. I don't know how long Hollow Knight is. We'll find out. But yeah, thank you all for joining me. It's been fun. Come back tomorrow, 10 a.m. Pacific time, if you want to see. Moving on to a different game. Although, again, maybe... No, I probably won't take a break. I can do it. Yeah, I can probably do it. Yeah, we'll probably be back tomorrow. But otherwise, thank you all for joining me. Hope to see you again some other time. Later.